Good evening, everyone. Before I call this meeting of the public meeting of council to order, I'd like to provide the Pembroke Land Acknowledgement Statement. As we gather today, I would respectfully acknowledge on behalf of council and the community that the city of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. So I'd like to call this meeting for the public meeting of council to order. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda. I have the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer, all in favor, and that's carried. This meeting has been called to consider the proposed bylaws to establish annual fees to be charged for garbage collection and disposal, the waste management facility, water and sewer rates, and to adopt the 2023 budgets for the City of Pembroke and local boards. May I please have a report on how notice of this meeting was given?
Yes, Your Worship. Media release was posted on the city's website on January 18th, 2023, and social media platforms on February 2nd, 2023. A notice was placed in the Pembroke Observer and News the week of January 26, 2023, and again the week of February 2nd, 2023. It was also posted on the bulletin board at the City Hall on February 2nd, 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Unruh. And Madam Treasurer, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good evening. My name is Angela Lochte, and I am the City Treasurer. Tonight, I am here to provide an overview of the City's 2023 budget. Next slide, please. So the 2023 budget preparation started all the way back in September last year with staff preparing budgets in consultation with staff. In January, the Finance and Admin Committee met over 3 days on January 16th, 18th, and 20th to deliberate the draft 2023 budget. Next slide, please. Including changes made during these meetings, this year's budget, as approved by the Finance and Admin Committee, reflects a $39.4 million operating budget as well as a $39.4 million budget for capital projects. This budget will be supported by a $23.1 million tax levy. So this is the amount of funding to be raised through property taxes, which represents a 2.98% levy increase and a 2.95% tax rate increase. So our neighbors are not always the best comparators, but the city's levy is still often compared to them. So it's important to keep in mind that for municipalities like the Township of Laurentian Valley and the town of Petawawa, you have to add together both the municipality's tax increase along with the County of Renfrew's increase to be comparable to the City of Pembroke. So the city only has one municipal tax rate and these other municipalities have two. So there aren't many other budgets out yet. We do know that the City of Ottawa is looking at a 2.5% increase, which translates to a dollar increase of $83 for the average residential property, which, as we will see tonight, is a dollar increase that's very similar to the City of Pembroke. There will be no change in tax ratios in 2023. So these ratios set the tax rates between the different property classes at the city, such as residential, multi-residential, commercial, and industrial. The city's waste management and garbage rates will not change once again this year. And the Pembroke Business Improvement Area, or PBIA, special rate will decrease by 5.97% on a budget that increased from $199,000 to $203,000. And this rate only impacts businesses located in the local improvement area, downtown Pembroke. In terms of the city's water and sewer rates, these rates are recommended in accordance with Ontario's Safe Drinking Water Act, which requires water system operators, like the City of Pembroke, to ensure that sufficient revenue is generated to provide safe drinking water to our community. This is a very serious and important responsibility that the city and all water operators across the province have in order to avoid situations like the Walkerton tragedy. In 2019 and 20, the city hired the firm Watson and Associates Economists Limited to prepare a financial plan and supporting rate recommendations for the city's water and sewer system covering the next 10 years. So based on this report, the city has been increasing water and sewer rates based on the average annual increases proposed in this study, as is listed on this slide. So an annual 5.7% increase for flat water, a 9.8% increase for metered water, a 5.2% increase for flat sewer rates, and a 6.9% increase for metered sewer. So in accordance with the legal requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act and the recommendations of Watson's study, the 2023 budget for water reflects a $4.9 million operating budget, a $2.7 million capital project budget, which is supported by a 5.7% increase to flat water rates and a 9.8 increase in metered water rates. Similarly, the 2023 budget for sewer reflects a $7 million operating budget, a $15.8 million capital budget, supported by a 5.2% increase to flat sewer rates and a 6.9% increase in metered sewer rates. Putting this all together, we can see the average impact of this year's budget and rates on the city's median or average property. So the province's education rates for 2023 remain unchanged. Altogether, we can see that these budget requirements will increase the average residential bill by $155 a year, the average 8-unit multi-residential property by $972 a year. The average commercial retail property will see an increase of $322 per year, and the average industrial property an increase of $720 per year. And looking at these average assessment values, some may say these property values seem really low. Homes are selling for much more than this in today's market. So it's important to remember here that all property taxes charged by the city are based on a property's 2016 assessed value as determined by MPAC. So due to COVID, property assessment has been frozen at this 2016 value for 3 years now. So unless there's been a change to the property, these assessed values will be the same as what was on last year's tax bill. And current market prices are not used to calculate city taxes in 2023. Comparing residential taxes, water and sewer charges, we can see that for the average residential property in Pembroke, property taxes will increase by $82 a year or $6.87 a month. Water will increase by $30 a year or $2.45 a month, and sewer will increase by $43 a year or $3.60 per month. So turning now to the city's operating budget. Listed on these next 2 slides is the city's operating budget broken down by department. Over my years in municipal budgeting, I do get a lot of questions and a sense that people feel municipalities have a lot of flexibility when it comes to setting the annual budget. So the reality is that municipalities are constrained by and operate under a very long list of laws, regulations, rules, requirements, and agreements that must be adhered to. So for example, the city must pass a balanced operating budget each year. When the province talks about its own budget, they sometimes talk about their deficit or how many years it will take to balance their budget. Municipalities aren't allowed to do that. The city must balance its operating budget every year through property taxes based on its annual financial obligations, after taking into consideration any grants and user fees that it might receive. So this is what the property tax levy and tax rates are calculated on each year. So the different departments we see here in the city are also subject to different laws, regulations, etc., that they also must adhere to. So for example, taxation and taxes must be set in compliance with the Municipal Act, the Assessment Act, and a number of different regulations. Council, Finance, and Administration must adhere to the roles, responsibilities, and duties set out for them in the Municipal Act. Elections must adhere to the Municipal Elections Act. The Fire Department must adhere to the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, as well as the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. For OPP services, the city must pay their share of costs to the Ontario Minister of Finance. The province does offer a grant to offset a portion of these costs as it relates to court security and prisoner transport, but the city must pay for OPP services monthly as set out in what's called an annual billing statement. This statement breaks down costs into a fixed dollar amount per household across the province and a variable amount that's based on the city's 4-year average calls for service. So while this service may seem expensive, it still costs the city less than having its own police force. Building inspections and the building department must be conducted in support of the Ontario Building Code. Next slide, please. In the roads department, roads must be maintained in accordance with Ontario's minimum maintenance standards, and bridges must be inspected and maintained in compliance with OSIM, or the Ontario Structure Inspection Manual. Garbage and recycling must comply with a wide range of environmental laws and regulations, including the Canadian Environmental Protection Act and the Waste Management Act. When it comes to parks and facilities, the city must maintain these assets so that residents can use them safely. So this includes the Electrical Safety Authority, the Technical Standards and Safety Authority, the Canadian Standards Association. Locations have to meet accessibility for Ontarians Disability Act, as well as Ontario Public Health Standards. When it comes to shared services, the province has dictated that the municipality must pay a share of costs as it relates to Ontario Works, childcare, paramedic services, social housing, homes for the aged, and our local health unit. So the province does pay a share of these costs, but these services are not fully funded by the province. The city's other departments like animal control, bylaw enforcement, economic development, tourism, and planning support the city's role in land use planning and other local issues. And all these services put together help make the city a great place to live. Turning to the city's sources of revenue, we can see that the primary source of funding for the city's budget is property taxes at 59.2%. This is down from last year's 65.1% due to the number of federal and provincial grants the city will receive, as we'll see in a minute, primarily for capital projects, which has increased to 26% from a 2021 figure of 17.8%. Garbage and recycling charges are 4% of total revenues for the city, and other fees, charges, reserves, and interest income make up the balance. There are a number of grants included in the city's budget that we rely on each year. There's always been some concern over whether or not these grants will continue into the future, particularly when the higher levels of government are facing significant financial challenges. Certainly, not receiving these grants would have a significant impact on the city's tax rate. So these grants include, in 2023, the city will receive a $1.5 million grant from the Province of Ontario from the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, $298,000 grant from the province for court security, which helps offset the city's OPP costs. In addition, the city receives 3 grants each year which support our capital infrastructure projects. So this year we expect to receive about $918,000 in federal gas tax money, and this program has been renamed and now called the Canada Community Building Fund. About $106,000 in transit funding for the handy bus. And in 2023, we did receive some good news. The city will once again receive a higher level of funding from the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund of almost $1.5 million in 2023. The city has also applied to a number of different grants, including the ISIP Rural and Northern Stream grant for the Pembroke Street West Roads project, currently in progress with about $1.1 million of funding remaining to be spent in 2023, as well as the ISIP Green Stream grant for waterworks and upgrades on Bennett Street, where the city will be receiving almost $3.5 million. Municipal Modernization Program for improvements to the Operations Department, the city will receive about $216,000 for this program. And in addition, in 2022, the city did apply to the Natural Infrastructure Fund for improvements to Riverside Park and the Cockburn Lot area. So the city is still waiting for a funding decision on this one. So this possible grant of almost $1 million is not guaranteed at this point, but has been budgeted should the project be successful. So looking now at our operating expenses, a breakdown of the city's operating expenditures is listed here. As we can see, the largest city budget is for capital financing at 23.5%. And this reflects the quantity of grants received from the province flowing to capital projects, followed by policing at 12.5% of total spending, county and shared services at 11.2%, operations or roads department at 11.1%, parks and rec at 10.9%, and the fire department at 9.1%. So the remainder of other city departments are also listed here. So other budget highlights include a contribution of $255,000 for a new aquatic center. So at the end of this month, the city will be applying for a green and inclusive community building grant for roughly $12.7 million of funding on an estimated $23.4 million project. So if the city is successful in obtaining this grant, we would be in a position to start design for this new project and this new building in 2023. So the city has budgeted approximately $776,000 in the capital budget for this project, which assumes that it gets the green light. So stay tuned for future updates on this project. If the project receives the green light this year, construction could be completed by 2026. The city has earmarked $150,000 for transit. So in the spring, city staff will issue and report on a request for information, which we will issue to gather more information from vendors on a possible point-to-point transit pilot project. From there, council will need to decide if they would like to move forward with this project and apply for funding under the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund. So this grant could provide up to $500,000 in funding for a transit pilot project. So again, another thing to stay tuned for with council this year. The city has budgeted $80,000 for an active living master plan and $35,000 for an age-friendly community plan, with these two items carrying forward from 2022. $40,000 has been budgeted to support the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Partners for Climate Protection Program Milestone 2. So this is a program that the city is currently working towards and is a 5-step milestone program to address climate change in our community. And finally, $20,000 has been budgeted in 2023 for diversity, equity, and inclusion training and other initiatives. So also included in this year's budget are collective agreement increases for staff. So 2023 is the final year of the CUPE collective agreement with a 1.75% wage increase for union and non-union staff. For the firefighters, their collective agreement has expired and negotiations will begin in March. In addition to these items, the city has experienced significant price increases for things like municipal insurance, a cost increase of over $116,000, employee benefit costs like health, dental, and OMERS, $139,000 increase, and snow clearing of city parking lots this winter, a $56,000 increase. A couple of things to note. The city's overall levy increase has been offset by additional interest income of just over $500,000 due to the higher interest rates we're seeing right now. As well, the city's levy increase has been managed by delaying any large increases to city capital projects. So the tax contribution to capital projects has been frozen the last 2 years and is only being increased by $27,800 in 2023, which works out to be a 0.1% levy increase. In the meantime, capital projects are easily costing the city 20 to 30% more than planned. So as we look ahead to future budget years, there are certainly significant inflationary pressures facing the municipality, which may push us into a 3 to 5% levy increase range as we adapt to this level of inflation. But as always, staff and council will continue to work very hard to contain and minimize increases as much as we possibly can each year to ensure affordability. So if you're wondering what services are shared with the County of Renfrew, a list can be found on this slide. The city shares the cost for a number of programs with the County of Renfrew, including the paramedics and ambulance services, homes for the aged and long-term care in our community, social housing and childcare, as well as the Ontario Works program. So overall, this is expected to cost the city an estimated $3.9 million in 2023. At the end of the day, the city's property tax levy, or the funding raised through property taxes, has increased by about $662,000 this year. So driving these increases are some of the factors that we've already discussed and are outside of the city's control, like the estimated price increases for the county's shared services, increasing to employee benefit costs, insurance costs, and winter maintenance. In addition, the city has added sidewalk maintenance personnel at the end of 2022 in response to growth, so we are seeing the full cost impact of that change in 2023. And finally, due to pricing uncertainty, an extra contingency budget of $50,000 has been added to the 2023 budget to help address any unplanned financial pressures in this period of high inflation. So in terms of the city's capital budget, there are over $39.4 million of capital projects planned in 2023. $5.4 million in buildings, parks, and facilities, $14.9 million in roads and bridges, $600,000 for equipment and fleet, $15.8 million in sewer projects, and $2.7 million in water projects. These projects will be financed with $12.5 million carrying forward from 2022, $2.9 million from reserves and reserve funds, about $200,000 in cost sharing with other groups, and a further $200,000 unfinanced for the time being, with costs to be recouped through future revenues. About $8.7 million in grants, and $8.9 million in debt. And this debt is going to be related to the twinning of the Town Line Force Main project, which was started in 2022 and should be completed in 2023, as well as Outfall number 27 storm sewer project on Moffat Street, which will be beginning in 2023. And again, the balance of funding for capital comes from property taxes as well as water and sewer rates. A breakdown of this funding by project type is listed here. Here we can see that the bulk of grant funding this year is being used for road projects at $7.1 million, and that buildings and facility improvements are mostly funded with reserve dollars, which is primarily related to the new aquatic center. A detailed list of projects can be found at the end of this presentation if anyone is interested. Overall, the city's 2023 capital plan is higher than last year, with $22.8 million being spent on infrastructure projects. Grants received for the Pembroke Street West and Bennett Street Waterworks projects have contributed to this spike, along with the Town Line Force Main and Outfall number 27 debt-related projects. Spending on parks and facilities is higher due to the Aquatic Center and the Riverside Park grant application, which are both unconfirmed at this point. So moving on to reserve and reserve funds. We can see that overall, our reserve balance is expected to decrease by about $600,000 in 2023 to roughly $8.3 million at the end of the year. So the details of these reserves are on these two slides here. Next slide. We do have a new reserve fund group for water and wastewater in 2023. So this is based on our new 25-year agreement for water and wastewater with the Township of Laurentian Valley. And these new reserves have been created as required by this agreement and are subject to the terms as set out in this agreement. So next slide. Excluding the new water and wastewater reserve funds, our reserve fund balance is also expected to decrease by about $2.3 million to $10.6 million at the end of 2023. So in total, the city is expected to hold $19.3 million in reserves and reserve funds at the end of 2023. So I do get asked at times, why does the city have so much money in reserve? So there's a couple things to keep in mind here. Number one is the city needs cash flow to operate. So our first tax bill is not due until the end of March, but the city still incurs expenses those first 3 months of each year. Number two is we can only plan and anticipate for so much. So the city does need access to contingency funding for instances when things go sideways, when unexpected things happen, and an example of that would be a really bad snow year. Number three, the city receives some funding which can only be used for very specific purposes. So the city is obligated by agreement to place this money in a reserve until it can be used according to the terms of funding. And finally, the city is responsible for managing and maintaining over $700 million of infrastructure, including our roads, bridges, buildings, and equipment. So at the end of the day, what's held in reserve is a very small percentage as compared to what's actually needed, which is why the city needs to use debt to fund larger projects, as we're seeing with the Town Line Force Main and Storm Sewer Outfall number 27, and certainly in the future as we look towards a new pool. So speaking of debt, the city will make about $1.2 million in debt principal repayments in 2023, bringing the city's total debt to $12.7 million by the end of the year, and the details of which can be listed on this slide here. Next up, one of the city's reserve funds is related to development charges, which we collect every year on new builds in the city to ensure that growth pays for growth. So at the beginning of 2023, the city has about $336,000 in this reserve, which is broken down into a number of different categories as listed on this slide. Next one. Every year, the city must report on its development charges activities. So a summary of the funds collected and spent in 2022 are noted here. Overall, the city collected about $115,000 in fees and spent over $352,000 for a new sidewalk machine, security gates for the library, and the Town Line Force Main project. In 2023, the city plans to use roughly $390,000 of development charges, with $82,000 earmarked for the Nelson Street Phase 2 road project, $20,000 for the Town Line Force Main, and $239,000 for a new water tower. And finally, almost $49,000 for the Aquatic Centre. So under Ontario's More Homes Built Faster Act in 2023, a municipality is obligated to spend at least 60% of money held in reserve at the beginning of the year for water, wastewater, and roads, which this plan achieves. So now moving on to the city's 2023 rates. So we can see that waste management charges remain unchanged this year, $158 for garbage collection and $65 for the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre. This year's water rates are listed here for both flat and metered customers, and a report will be brought forward later on tonight in the Finance and Admin Committee agenda based on these rates, with a bylaw to pass at the next meeting. This year's sewer rates are also listed here for both flat and metered customers. So based on these rates, the average residential customer can expect to pay $6.04 more per month for water and sewer in 2023. Overall, the detailed split between property taxes, water, and sewer between the different types of properties can be found on this slide. So this shows the breakdown between city and education taxes as well as garbage fees. The median residential bill will be increasing by $12.92 a month. An 8-unit apartment building will be increasing by $80.99 a month, commercial by $26.81 per month, and industrial by $60 per month. With the new water and wastewater agreement now in place with Laurentian Valley, all rates are set based on the rate study conducted every 5 years. So 2024 will be the final year of the current rate study, and these rates can be set now for next year as they will not change. So the water rate increases for flat and metered customers are listed here, and on the next slide, the 2024 sewer rates are also listed for information. So finally, every dollar of municipal tax collected goes to the services listed on this slide. So for every dollar the city collects, 19 cents goes to policing, 19 cents goes to shared services with the County of Renfrew, 18 cents goes to roads, 15 cents goes to the fire department, 13 cents goes to Parks and Rec, with the balance for planning, building, bylaw, ECDEV, tourism, and general government. So this concludes my presentation of the 2023 budget. And if there's any questions, my contact information is listed here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Is there any comment from the Chair of Operations?
Thank you, Your Worship. We've seen the Treasurer present a great presentation of the budget describing all the different basically wants and needs of the city, more needs than wants, I believe. And unfortunately, it's always a balancing act, but we do see over just shy of $15 million being spent on roads and bridges. So that knows that the city is out there. It's doing repairs, it's fixing new roads, it's adding new infrastructure. So I think it's a great thing to see. We know that it's been a tough year with inflation, but I think the city's done a good job at trying to keep things under control here and only spending on more of needs than wants this term. Thank you.
Is there a comment from the Chair of Finance and Admin?
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I want to thank staff, Madam Treasurer, and your leadership and your staff, and the directors and managers and council for bringing forth a controlled budget. The budget was pressured by many factors beyond the City of Pembroke's control, such as historical inflation rate, global pandemic, supply chain bottlenecks, increased insurance rates, and expected shared service costs from the County of Renfrew. Putting off infrastructure projects for a later date only results in increased costs down the road. We are fully aware of the challenging economic times we are facing. However, we as a council and as staff have a responsibility to make critical decisions that will continue to deliver, maintain, and improve several community service and infrastructure projects that our citizens expect and deserve. I believe this is what we have achieved with this budget. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from other members of council? Seeing none. If anyone wishes to be notified of council's decision and/or to ask questions, they can certainly contact Madam Treasurer at City Hall. I'd ask for a motion to adjourn this public meeting. Moved by Councillor Keel, second by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? And that's carried. This public meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I will call to order the meeting of the Planning and Development Committee. Are there any disclosures of any pecuniary interests? Seeing none. Approval of the meeting agenda, moved by Deputy Mayor Abdallah, seconded by Councillor Plummer. All in favor? Carried. Approval of minutes from the Planning and Development Committee meeting of January 3rd, 2023. Moved by Councillor Lafreniere, seconded by Councillor Plummer. All in favor? Carried. There appears to be no business arising from the minutes. Presentations. I think we have Mr. Kenny here for O'Kenny Craft Spirits, a local brewery right here in Pembroke. Mr. Kenny, take it away.
Thank you. So I'll just correct you, it's a distillery, not a brewery, but we get that all the time, and well, perhaps we should start making beer. So I'm going to just basically explain why I'm here, and then just read the letter that everybody got from council so that everyone else can hear. And then I'm hoping for this night to be, sorry, just a discussion, and I'm not expecting a decision tonight. I've been in front of council before, and the decision was made very quickly, and it's extremely important to my business, so I just want to make sure that everybody has all the information. So yeah, tonight is just about me giving you, my as much information as possible, and then being open to questions for the rest of the time. So I purchased 2 International Drive from the City of Pembroke in May of 2019. I ensured that the property was zoned properly for my intended use as a craft distillery with retail store and bar to serve drinks. The main attribute of the property was its prominent location with its large sign. I was told that I could use the sign if I purchased the property, or the city could remove the sign and I could replace it with my own sign. This was a major reason for deciding to purchase this property. I am proposing a solution to the signage problem that addresses the past concerns of council and includes a compromise that was suggested by Councillor Abdallah and Councillor Lafreniere last year. Craft distilleries are a new industry in Ontario, and our biggest challenge is to introduce a new alternative to purchasing spirits directly from the local producer. For many generations, the only option for buying spirits was the LCBO. I have taken great effort to make our local spirits aware of O'Kenny Craft Spirits. So it is heartbreaking to hear someone say, "I see your sign at the visitor center, at the visitor information center, but where are you located?" This is a comment I hear repeatedly. So the problems for visitors to Pembroke is that when visitors drive into Pembroke on Paul Martin Drive, they see a 7-foot question mark representing visitor information on the front lawn of our property. It is common to see visitors that enter our building and are completely surprised that we are not the visitor information center. I'm going to add this to my letter, but we've had a lot of comments that people thought, "Gee, this is great, information center with liquor, that's awesome." So we have a large O'Kenny Craft Spirits sign, but they can't compete. We've got 2 of them on our property, but they can't compete with the large 14-foot sign at the road with a 7-foot question mark. This sign was meant to get attention for this property, for the use of that property. No one reads the small sign under the 7-foot question mark that was meant to direct visitors to the 2 hotels for visitor information. Staff at the 2 hotels have directed their own guests to go over to the visitor information center next door or across the road for information. This demonstrates the severity of the problem. Even hotel staff that drive to work regularly at the Best Western and Holiday Inn, they look at a 7-foot question mark on our front lawn, and they're confident that we are still the visitor information center. So now the problems for O'Kenny Craft Spirits. Our main customer base should be the local residents in and around Pembroke. Most of our customer base still believe that our property is the visitor information center. So it is hurting our sales tremendously. There are two factors that are misleading to the local public. The history. 2 International Drive was built purposely as the information center in 1995. So for 19 years, this building operated as Pembroke's Visitor Information Center. And then 2, the new sign. The new signage installed after 2014 has a 7-foot question mark that reinforces to everyone that this property is most definitely still the Visitor Information Center. Even hotel staff that live locally pass this 14-foot sign on their way to work every day, and they miss the 2 O'Kenny Craft Spirit signs. On 2 occasions, I have received calls from people who work at the Irving Big Stop across the road, and they heard about the distillery and wanted to try our products, but they were asking, where are we located? So this is an extreme example of how badly our business is being harmed by this huge visitor information sign. Our online marketing is gathering a great deal of awareness of O'Kenny Craft Spirits, but most of this is wasted because the public doesn't understand that we are the business behind the large visitor information sign. So precedent, and I know that we've got 2 lawyers on council, so I'm using a legal term here. Community Futures Development Corp., the CFDC, was a long-time tenant at 2 International Drive. In 2014, they moved to a new location in Renfrew. I have provided pictures from Google Street View from 2012 that clearly demonstrate that the CFDC was the sole business using the sign in question. So to be clear, they had the only sign, they were the only ones using the sign in 2012. The CDFC had sole use of this sign in front of their place of business. This is completely reasonable. If a new tenant had leased 2 International Drive after the Community Futures Development Corp., it is completely reasonable that this new tenant would have been given the same use of the sign that the CFDC had. It's unreasonable to expect a business to lease a property and then operate with a large sign promoting the former use of the building. It is also completely unacceptable that a business, and we're talking about my business, invests to own this property and pay taxes, and we should accept less than the previous tenant. And I'm talking about the CFDC. The value of this sign to the city of Pembroke. The current sign is not encouraging visitors to stop at the hotels to learn about local attractions. I'm going off the letter again here. I think that's what it was intended to do. It is most certainly hurting O'Kenny Craft Spirits severely. Harming a business owner that chose to invest in a property in the city of Pembroke has a negative effect on attracting new businesses to Pembroke. The value of this sign to O'Kenny Craft Spirits. This is only 2 sentences, but it's much more. Having an attractive sign on our front lawn would clear up the confusion and encourage customers to support their local distillery. It is absolutely crucial to our business success. The next goes on to the proposals, and I have added 2 more proposals, and I would accept any other proposals. Again, I'm here tonight just to discuss and answer questions. But I have an additional 2 more proposals. And if I can pass it out, I'm not sure the protocol for that. Should I go ahead? Yes. So I provided pictures that demonstrate exactly what it looks like from Google. I'm just using Google as a reference. And essentially, you see a TransCanada sign. It says TransCanada Corporate Park in a small banner on top. And then there's a 7-foot question mark that says visitor information. And at the very small sign at the bottom says that they should go to the hotels, and they're very small. And it's directly in front of our business. I've got more pictures if anybody wants to see them. But, so those are like my 4 proposals, and I'd accept any one of those 4. But number 1, I think, is just the simplest, easiest, the least expensive. And I just believe that the cost to the city is losing a visitor information center sign. And I'm not sure how much value you put on that sign, but I know that I would get about 3 people coming in by mistake in the peak time in the middle of the summer. And like I say, I have video of people coming in, and they actually said, we were told to come here by the hotel that we're staying at. And I'm not blaming those hotels. They're doing a great job. I don't know what their turnover in staff is, but I don't think they can be told effectively that they represent the city of Pembroke in giving visitor information. They've been through COVID. There are very few people, I think, that are even asking for visitor information. They're getting it on their phone.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kenny. Councillor Lafreniere.
So I've been here for every time you've been here, I've been here. So I hear you. You're fairly new. You're not new anymore. I patronized your business myself. We've had many discussions over this. And yes, Councillor Abdallah and I supported proposal 2, and I still do. Tell me what's the difference between 4 and 2, because I'm reading it and it's not quite clear to me what the difference is between 4 and 2. It still says, so I'm not sure, the sign is actually 2 signs placed in a V. So that's the sign we have now, is actually 2 signs placed in a V. You say each sign frame could be used independently as a 2-sided sign. So are you saying move one sign and leave the other sign for you to use? Is that what this is? Okay, that's what I thought it meant. So I really like the idea of keeping the 2-sided sign for us, because if we move it to Best Western, I want it to be visible you know, from both sides. So I am still supporting proposal 2. And I'm, I'm looking to staff's direction on, so what we're talking about is moving the sign to Best Western, the corner where Best Western is. And I'm assuming now that Mr. Kenny would put $1,000 towards the new sign frame for proposal 2. That's what it says. But my question is, how much land do we own on that corner? And does staff have that information tonight through the chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councilor Lefreniere. I don't currently have that in front of me, but certainly I could take that away and propose a location if that was the direction provided.
Indulge. Yeah, so that's my suggestion, because I don't disagree that that big question mark is maybe confusing. It's not to me, because I come out of the fitness center there all the time and it's right in front. So, but why would we, you know, if we could help a business, encourage people to come in and not be so confusing, then, and if he's going to contribute to the cost and it won't be borne by the ratepayers, well, then I suggest that we support proposal 2 after you come back with information as to the ownership of that property where we want the sign located, and maybe just give us some true costs. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Abdallah.
Thank you. So thanks for coming back, Andrew. It's good to see you again after 2 or 3 years. And I have a couple of questions for you. A year or so ago, you sent me a video. There were some German tourists. And can you comment on that? They came to your shop and wanted to know where to get to somewhere.
So we're located just off the Trans-Canada Highway. We see a lot of really eclectic people. So we had a group of, I believe there was 5, and they were journeymen, they call themselves, from Germany. Journeymen, starting with a J, from Germany. And they had a very, very unique clothing on them. They wore bell bottoms that were about 2 feet. They were just very, you couldn't miss them. They looked different. And they explained that they all had trades and that they were going through a year-long journey that they do, and it's a tradition. And what they do is they travel for 1 year less a day through a country, and they make their way with no money, and they just earn money on their way. So they said they couldn't afford the 2 nice hotels that were on either side, and they didn't have tents. They only had just sleeping bags, and they asked to sleep somewhere under shelter, and I had the 2 covered porches, and I said, I was concerned. What if these, people that I don't know, might rob me when I'm, during the night? And I thought, no, I just trusted my instinct. And I said, I think they'll be okay. And they seem to be fine with, sleeping in the rough. So I said, you can sleep under, I've got 2 porches, sleep here. And then I thought, well, if anything goes missing, it's not going to be hard to describe these guys. So.
But originally they wanted tourist information. Is that what they wanted?
Oh, sorry. No, and they were.
You sent me a video of some tourists. They were told to go there for tourist information.
Oh,
Typical
okay.
thing that
Did I send you that?
happens.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was a complete. That
Right.
story was just completely
Yeah.
irrelevant to what
Well,
you
that's
asked.
okay.
So we had a group, and it was about 5 people. It was 5 ladies that came over from. Sorry about the other story. They came over from the Best Western, and they said they are staying at the Best Western, guests of the Best Western, and they came over, and they said, we're looking for visitor information. And I said, this building used to be the visitor information. And I said, but it's no longer visitor information. We're a distillery, but I can help you as much as I can. And they said, but we were told specifically from the staff at our hotel that you were the visitor information center.
Right.
And I said, well, a lot of people get us mixed up with that because there's a 7-foot question mark on our front lawn. There's a lot of people, and I have to explain to them over and over. It's like, yeah, well, we're having, and I try to be nice about our, relationship with the city of Pembroke. Not always. Sometimes I just tell them, it's like, you talk to the city. It's,
Well,
but I try to be very, patient, and I say, I explain it in, whatever time I have, that we are not the visitor information center. If you look at the very bottom of the sign, it says you're supposed to go to the hotels. And they said, but the hotel sent us here.
so the Best Western has told you they would take a sign from the city? Remember we talked about that?
So I met with, I'm not going to try and remember their names right now, but the manager and the assistant manager about other issues. And I said, I was trying to get
Right.
I said that there was a proposal by two councillors that we move it to the other corner, which would be their corner. And again, it would be not on their property, it would be on the road allowance.
Right, okay.
And they said, that's not great for us, but we're not going to oppose it.
Okay. So obviously, the sign's on city property, but it is an issue, and I haven't changed my stance, along with Councillor Frenier from a few years ago. It needs to be moved somehow, and some arrangement has to be made. Staff can come back with a report after they meet with you and the costing. The new tourism and the new tourism committee that you and the mayor sit on, that can rethink the whole signage and tourist information booth and the big question mark, and then on top you have Transcan Corporate Park. So that whole thing needs to be redesigned. But anything we can do to help a business, and it is an issue for you, obviously, so that has to be taken care of. Thank you, Chair.
Your worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kenny, for coming tonight. And as was indicated by Councillor Frenier, I've been to your business as well. And like Councillor Frenier, I've been here when in 2014 we lost the tenant, the Futures Development Corporation. The city owned a property that was vacant, was here when the property was sold to yourself, and have been around with this lovely question mark and so forth. And I shared the Deputy Mayor's views in the sense that we have a tourism and culture committee, and we also have a tourism department. And perhaps the best scenario is, whenever I say that staff come back with a report, is that in between the CAO and that particular department and or that committee, we rethink the whole thing. It may be that as part of that staff review, that it's determined that the two hotels don't want to assist the city of Pembroke any longer in terms of tourism, and if that's the case, then what are we doing? And so if that's the case, well then maybe we're not reconstructing signs at all. I know that we had our meeting last night and we were talking about different ways that people, it's what Mr. Kenny was already saying, different people are now getting their information on their phones, their tablets, whatever, and it may not be the most ideal way of communicating tourism in the city of Pembroke. And so maybe it's that we don't even end up constructing another sign, and somehow there's a conveyance of the or lease or something of the sign to your business, but that the city of Pembroke just gets out of the business of having a big question mark. But certainly I share with the views that have been said, and so that's sort of where I'd like to see it, because if we're, I'll say this, when I read the report, if we're reconstructing a sign somewhere else, $1,000, as I recall, that sign was way more than $1,000, so I don't think $1,000 would cut it. And so maybe it's that the staff come back and they say, you know what, no one wants to be the tourism conduit, like i.e. the hotels, and so maybe we just get out of it altogether and no one's looking for any money at all. So that might be it as well. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell?
Chair, thank you, Mr. Kenny, for your presentation tonight. I just find it ridiculous that 3 years ago that this was brought up in front of council and there was no resolution to a simple problem. And then you're here again 3 years later with the same issue. I think it brings up some bigger issues in regards to what the mayor had said in regards to assessment and review of the effectiveness in terms of our tourism and attractions promotion. And I think there's some other activities that we need to look at there. But definitely, I'm in favor in terms of supporting your business and supporting other businesses. And Pembroke is open for business. And we're here to willing and to work with businesses, and that we wanted to make it easy for businesses to perform, you know, and operate within the city and bring jobs here. And, you know, for this to happen 3 years ago and for a simple decision, I think it's just reflects a new vision in terms of how we're going to work together in terms of, you know, this council with businesses to move things forward. So we need the investment. You need your business. It's a great business. You've got some really great ideas. You're bringing in people. I know people from Ottawa that visit your distillery. I know people that visit your distillery from North Bay. So kudos to you, and I'm sure that we can resolve this as soon as possible. Thank you.
If there's no objection, I'd like to make some comments from the chair. Thank you, Mr. Kenny, for coming in. I couldn't be more supportive of taking care of this sign problem by removing the current 14-foot information sign. I don't think it's serving the intended purpose. Certainly, trying to get information to people visiting Pembroke is important to us. As the mayor said, you know, over time that's changing. There's probably, I'll be honest with you, there's probably a lot more people reaching for their phones as opposed to searching for the nearest information center. There's going to be some people still looking for things, and I'm hoping that we still have a partnership with the hotels and or maybe even Irving's, because they are on the front step of that entry into the city of Pembroke. But when it comes to supporting business, there's not that many small towns that have their own distillery, and I'm very proud, and I met you way back when this was just getting off the ground and this was your dream, and I told you then that I thought this was a great idea, and I certainly wished you well, and I continue to wish you well. In terms of my position, I would like to see the staff look into some options. I certainly, I'd probably be more interested in a $1 lease of that current sign spot so that you could put up your own sign than getting into conveyancing and transferring of property and whatnot, which I think would probably just cost a lot of money to give you a little square. In terms of the movement of the sign, I think that to me should be a given, and I think from around the table, there seems to be consensus that moving that current sign seems to be something that we're interested in. So I'm sure the CAO will put this in front of the appropriate staff, and we'll come back with a report. And subject to any other final questions or comments, thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good evening, gentlemen. Just for our visitors here and for the media present, if you could possibly just introduce yourselves, and then you can head right into your presentation.
Good evening, Deacon Adrian Chaput, the Grind Pembroke.
Jerry Novak, the Executive Director, Grind Pembroke.
I should have mentioned I'm the chair of the board of the Grind Pembroke as well, sorry. Just wanted to take a moment as we open and thank you, Mayor Gervais and Deputy Mayor Brian Nadella, and to all councillors, to all those who are present here tonight and all those who are by live stream. We thank you for allowing us to be here tonight to be able to share with you. One of the things that we want to do is to share with you the importance of the grind itself and how we have the care and concern of the people here in our community first, and also the neighbors who surround us, and there are any concerns that they have brought forward that we wanted to be here to address and to share the truth and continue to work together as we take good care of the people of our community. So we're going to share tonight about our Out of the Cold program, and if we could just go to the next slide, please. The Grind Pembroke is a volunteer-driven, faith-based or registered charity with the CRA number, as you see there, incorporating the laws of the province of Ontario. From its inception in 2015 to today, the Grind seeks to meet each person where they are at on this journey of life, treats each person with dignity, respect, and also gives them hope and allowing them to experience the love and compassion of our Lord Jesus Christ, because we are a faith-based organization. We rely on the generosity of the community, organization, individuals, and value partnerships with health and social services to the sector to effect meaningful and changes in people's lives. We value each person, and we want to make sure and to take good care of them in our community. May we go to the next slide, please. The Grind Pembroke has initiated an Out of the Cold program in its operation at 273 Victoria Street. The Grind itself has been opening on its operation when we had opened there on Victoria Street with Tuesday to Friday operations from 11 to 1, where everyone could come and to receive a good nutritious lunch from our area, which our staff and volunteers prepare each day. Our Out of the Cold program that started December 1st, which we had the initial grand opening to let the community know. And I know that Mayor Jerva, I thank you for your presence there, and I know that all councillors were invited to attend that, so I know that your schedule were busy, but we're grateful to have you there, Mayor, and all the representatives from the county as well, and others who continue to support our efforts here. When we looked at providing an Out of the Cold program, it was because of the care and concern of the people here, knowing that they had no place to go in inclement weather. As you know, for quite a while here in the city of Pembroke, the post office is locked after hours. All banks are secured after hours. Tim Hortons and other coffee shops are closed. So there is no place for anyone to be able to sort of take shelter in the sense to be out of the cold. As you know, just recently, the cold that we've experienced in our community in this past weekend, minus 45 with the wind chills, has been very extremely cold. So we at the board level of the Grind took it upon ourselves earlier in the fall to look at how we would provide for an Out of the Cold program. And some may be asking, well, why would you look at this Out of the Cold program? Well, if we look at the stats from Renfrew County, right now, there's 43 people experiencing homelessness, and that's in the county of Renfrew. I would be able to say to you tonight, I believe 25 plus are here in the city of Pembroke. I could tell you that. Our Out of the Cold program right now invites people to come in, and we're receiving 12 to 15 per night and using our Out of the Cold program. When we looked at having this Out of the Cold program, we looked at what we would do to ensure all the safety of those who could be coming to our facility. So we didn't take this lightly. Our board worked very hard to ensure, and all decisions were made at board level and everyone in agreement for how we would continue to go forward. We felt that, first of all, in order to be able to have this in operation, we needed to be able to have a security company of trained professionals, Protect 5 with Dan LaBelle with his staff, to be able to accommodate us with trained, certified staff to be present with our people. So from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m., we had worked on getting them to be able to be present with us and negotiated that contract and getting the cost for that contract. Because we also knew that it would take two people, one male guard, one female guard, to be able to be with our guests who would come, so that we'd have the utmost respect and care for each individual coming. We also looked at ensuring the safety of everyone by having cameras installed to make sure inside and out that the cameras would be able to monitor and record so that we would have accurate information to review and to be able to continue to be able to look at things when things were brought to our attention and the attention of those who needed to look at that information. We ensured that lighting around our facility, as per our lease agreement, was ensured in safe operation to make sure that everything was be able to be seen and recorded by our cameras. When I say that we looked at a proposal and we looked at what that cost would be, we end up having to search for donors that would be able to assist us with that. So I want to share with you how dedicated we were in order to achieving that. The cost to have our staff from December 1st to March 31st inclusive, and the cost to have someone to coordinate to assist us with that on our day-to-day operations, and some operational costs, other than food and beverages, the total cost for this program for the 4 months is $84,714.44. And as I sit here today, I can assure you, and Mr. Unruh, you are here, you would be able to confirm that not $1 has come from the City of Pembroke to assist this program. And I'm sure all of you as councillors as well as mayor would know that that didn't come from you as a donation. That was money that the grind seeked forth in the community. And utmost respect, I'm not saying anything against the city here. I want to let you know and the taxpayers know that the City of Pembroke did not contribute to this. Am I correct in that, okay? So I just wanted to make sure that that is confirmed, because I know a lot of people are wondering where that money came from. We have donors in the community. We have people who work with us to be able to ensure. So you would understand that our commitment and the safety and concern of the people of our community, that we don't take it lightly. We take it very seriously. And we want to make sure that everyone is kept safe and be able to come into a place where they can receive the care, the compassion, the hope each and every day, knowing that we're here. When I mentioned that the 25 people here in this area plus, and I said that 12 to 15 were coming to our location each night, the others are couch surfing. Some are living in their cars, and some are still out there in the elements. We have our outreach worker who is present here tonight, who actually goes out every day to make that visitation to find out where someone says, when they called, I think someone's under the bridge. I think someone is hiding underneath one of the restaurants underneath the steps. I think someone is behind the beer store. I think someone is in a little shack out here in the elements. We are moving around to ensure the safety. So I want you to know that we at The Grind are really taking this very, very seriously. Now, that being said, our Out of the Cold program is not a shelter. We are not a shelter. Do we need a shelter in Renfrew County? Absolutely. I think, Mayor, I can quote your words saying it doesn't have to be in Pembroke, but one in Renfrew County is necessary. So I think we're all in agreement that that is so important. So we are not open 24/7. And we are not running a shelter. I want to bring that to the attention of all those in our community. I want to assure you as well as council, we have not breached anything on our lease. We do not intend to breach anything on our lease. We want to work with you. We have asked for permission to run the Out of the Cold program, and we did get your blessings from you here before we opened that program down at 273 Victoria Street. So, moving on, I want to be able to say that we continue to look at how we continue to have people here welcomed in an environment, as you see. We have many partnerships in the community. We have Schmeckham's Bakery. We have, and I hope I said that correctly to our people who donate, we have Valley Buns. We have Weston. We have so many people who are continuing to participate with us and partner with us to make sure that we ensure to have good, nutritious meals, that we have all the items that we need to be able to take good care of our brothers and sisters who come to receive nourishment every day. So as you can see, the beautiful layout there, and I know that Tim Hortons makes a great coffee, McDonald's, but I say that we at Grind make the best coffee. So I encourage you to drop by. You need to come in and you get to experience it, okay? Let's go to the next slide. So the Grind has always had policies and procedures in place. This is one of the things that we've had from the very inception. I wanted to ensure that with you, that we don't take this lightly, that it's very important for us to have those policies and procedures in place and make sure that staff are aware of them and continue to be there for them as well. And so that's why it's very important for us to continue to share with you that everything we do is so important. Now, in regards to our Out of the Coal program, I'll go to that documentation very shortly as well, but the documents that we have for the policies and procedures are living documents updated constantly in situations and circumstances and any changes that need to be done. The document is available in various locations through facilities. Staff, volunteers, and board members may review it any time and are encouraged to continue to be up to date. In regards to our Out of the Coal program, we also initiated to have logbooks of everyone who is coming in, recording the people who are coming in for special reasons for that, so that we have for our own privacy, not for those of the public. We also make sure that Code of Conduct has always been posted from the very beginning of our inception there at 273 Victoria, as it was down here on Main Street. That Code of Conduct is posted and also is continued to be enforced, and so there are conditions for everyone to be there. Any incident reports that are made are kept and reported to us and followed upon us upon our executive director, Mr. Novak, and myself, and we continue to look at everything in those matters to make sure that everything is addressed, that nothing is going undone or unlooked at. Next slide, please. Transparency. Staff, board members, and volunteers have always exercised true transparency within the community and invite our community members to visit and take a tour. As I just mentioned to you previously, we invite you to come and be part with us, because my motto is, together we can accomplish great things, so we do need you there, okay? In July 2020, an assessment was conducted by Patrick Scott and Don Eady of Irvington Commercial Appraisals. This appraisal was done to determine the feasibility of the Grind Pembroke relocating to its current location. There was no issues revealed at this time. Also, when those appraisers and reports were done, they also ensured that they were brought to here to the council at that time, and nothing was discussed that there would be any concern. Also, that our lease would be able to move further to also purchasing of that building with the estimated value of current property value. So that was there. All meetings of Board of Directors are open to the public, so meaning that you could attend our Board of Director meetings, with the exception of closed meetings, discuss legal or personal matters. The closed meetings is typically held at the end of regular meetings, so we would want to make sure that we address our daily business, and then anything we needed to deal with in regards to our own would be done separately. If we look at the next slide, in the past year, just to let you know that we take great pride in taking good care of the people who come to visit us each and every day. We served over 20,500 lunches. That's people who will come to receive a lunch every day, from Tuesday to Friday, because they don't have the ability to have that. We provided over 260 emergency food boxes to the people of our community. We provided over 700 referrals to partnering agencies. We conducted over 2,700 wellness checks. Remember now, that's going out where all the places that we can try to find when people tell us where someone may needing assistance. We supported over 3,000 walk-in clients over that year. Provided support on an average in the area. And also in that, I'm just going to give you some stats with that so that you are able to do that. 53% were homeless for more than 6 months. 44% were homeless for 6 months or less, and 2% undisclosed. The reason for homelessness: eviction, relationship breakdown, removed from the property, other reasons, and undisclosed. The age group in which are affected: adults 30 to 64 years of age, 65%. Youth 16 to 29, 21%. Seniors 65 plus, 9%, and undisclosed 5%. Contributing factors: physical limitations 53%, medical conditions 44%, mental health 40%, substance abuse 33%, and you have recently seen the report for Renfrew County. It's concerning. Cognitive limitations 19%. Gender: male 58%, female 28%, undisclosed 9%, non-binary 2%, and other 2%. That was performed by the Renfrew County. So you can see that those numbers are very concerning. Also, with the Renfrew County Games, which is beautiful to have in this area, it also put a difficulty for us to be able to find hotel rooms for those who are needing assistance. As you know, we work with Ontario Works with the HPP Homeless Protection Program. And when someone is homeless, we have them speak to Ontario Works. We'll dial the number for them. They will speak to them directly because they need to ask them questions, receive that information, refer them to them. And then they will see if they were able to qualify for a few nights in a hotel and then try to continue to find a place for them. Once that they're unable to find a place, right now they're able to come back to us out of the cold because there is no other place to go. Because as you know, the vacancy here and be able to get a home, like an apartment or a room is very, very difficult. So even this is as beautiful as here in Renfrew County, and I'm all for it, don't get me wrong, but when we have large events like this, this also puts those the most vulnerable, the marginalized, greater risk. Let's go to the next slide, please. So here you see the layout of our facility. I have to tell you, this was an old fire hall, and for those who've seen it in a visitation when it was a fire hall with the bays, this has been transformed to a beautiful location where it's very inviting, where it's a safe place, a place of hope, where everyone is welcome to meet them where they are on this journey and to help them on this journey. So, like I said, this has been wonderful. Great support in our community. So we're very, very grateful and very proud of our facility. And I can't encourage you enough to come, you know. My master is Jesus, and Jesus always said, come and see. So I'm making the invitation, come and see, okay? We'd love to have you there. So let's go to the next slide, and let's talk a bit about zoning in regards to when we first went there. The location of the Grind Pembroke is zone institutional, and it's important to note that the previous fire hall was also zone institutional. In the neighborhood, there was various types of zoning, including other institutional locations, C1, C3 for commercial, and R1 and R4 for residential. This neighborhood is very much in multi-use and has been for many years. So we have not changed anything. This is how it's been laid out. And so I think this is very accurate to the information that has been shared out. Let's talk about a little bit our programs and services. As I mentioned, the Grind Pembroke is open from Tuesday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. for our client services part. So we talked about our support where we have our meals from 11 till 1, and from on Tuesday to Friday we have from 8 to 3:30 our client services. And here are some of the services providing a wide range of support for our guests, our clients, and referrals. We want to be able to make sure that people are able to come in. And one of the beautiful part with Out of the Cold program, when we have someone come in at night, our Protect guards will also share with us in the morning, giving the information as they will make observation. So-and-so came in without a coat, just had a little fleece, little coat, had no boots, wet socks. We have all clothing there so that we can help assist. And then also, if there's something missing, our staff person on outreach, Andrew in the morning, as well as Jody, who will come in afterwards, will be there to assist to be able to provide the clothing. We also will go out and purchase clothing. Last Thursday, when we realized it was going to be minus 45, Andrew can vouch for this, as well as Mr. Novak, sent him saying, you go out and you get boots of all sizes. Doesn't matter, male and female, all sizes, all coats, all mitts, hats, scarves. We need to make sure the safety of everyone. No one will be out in those elements, so that's important. We depend heavily on our mental health services and our addiction workers each day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. They're the ones who make the assessments for referrals. We're not in assessments. We don't do assessments. We do supports, we do referrals, we help navigate people for assistance. But the assessments are there by the team. And so we're grateful for them to be part of our team, to be present with us. We've been very blessed to have a doctor come on board, and that doctor is in-house on Wednesday mornings to be able to provide care for those who are homeless and to be able to make sure that the safety and concerns that we see are addressed, to be able to provide that care. Because you know, each person deserves the dignity and respect to treat it equally, to receive all the care that they need, just as we do. We love working with our other agencies in the area. Ontario Works, which we really appreciate. You're now with us on Thursday supporting our clients. They've always been there with us, and we make calls as far as information, referrals, how to get help with them for HPP, the Homeless Protection Program, through the Ontario Works. We work with ODSP. We reach out with all our partner agency, mental health. We continue to work together, and that's the beautiful part, is that we can't do this alone. Everyone has their part to play in taking good care of everyone, and we do it together. And our outreach staff, as I mentioned, and volunteers working in the community meet clients' needs, providing support, food, clothing, and referrals, so which is so very important. Let's look at our board of directors. I know that there was some concern within our community, or that was brought up at a meeting, and I just want to assure you of some. So, board of directors, I myself am the chair, Deacon Adrian. Our treasurer, Deacon Dan Daly, is here tonight. Our secretary, Pastor John Vaudry, as well. He may have stepped out to the other room. Our director, Corey Krantz, and another director on board, Judy Cote. Our board welcomes a diverse mixture of people and qualifications, and if you're interested in becoming a board member, please contact our office at 613-732-9423. Now, that being said, with our board, let's look at the mixture of, for instance, board staff and volunteers that comes to the grind with a variety of skills, educations, and certification. And here are some but the training qualifications of our team possesses. So, for instance, for myself, clergy. Also, I just want to let you know that being ordained to the church in my formation, I started here in 2004 with Salvation Army. So this is my 19th year taking care of those who are less fortunate in our community, most marginalized, most vulnerable, the most at risk. I don't take this lightly. I've been doing it for a long time. And I want you to know that you're in good hands. We're not just someone just putting this together. We have law enforcement, we have entrepreneurs, we have social addictions and service workers, firefighter, law, victim services, administration, medical, health, and safety. That being said, my co-joint here, and Mr. Novak, the executive director, has been doing this since 2015 and brings his expertise in law enforcement. Oftentimes, he's the bad cop, I'm the good cop, just so you know, in case you got confused. Anyhow, health and safety, let's go to the next slide. We have a certified health and safety officer. We have fire safety policy, which has been reviewed and signed by all staff. We have inspections with the fire department, and we have regular inspection of all our fire extinguishers. Regular inspection conducted on premises to ensure health and well-being of all people entering the premises. In the event that a staff member is alone in client service area, the coffee house, the kitchen doors are locked for safety. We also have several cameras in and around the facility which record and can be reviewed as needed. Before I come back to that, I just wanted to also mention that we continue to have in-services first aid training, just so you know that we have that. Also, the naloxone training for overdose addictions, for opioid. And we have food and safety handling certification to make sure that everyone who is coming here to work in our facility are preparing food properly, it's being presented properly, governmentally inspected by the health unit here in Metro County. So we look at this. This matter I'm just going to address here, and I just want to have a correction because I really want it to be tonight a matter of bringing truth and honesty forward. And without, what I want to say is without prejudice, it's with most respect. Mr. Purcell, I know that you had brought up a situation where you were concerned that we, as an organization, left our staff at risk with one person in our client services, and you were concerned about that. I want to assure you that we had looked at the video, and it shows you coming to the door, because we have our cameras. It shows the door being locked, and Jody unlocking that door to speak to you. It also shows that on the other side, there was an OPP officer with one of the mental health workers, that she was not alone. And also in the building was 2 other staff members. So I want to ensure you, and it's with the utmost respect I say this, sir, that we never put our staff, our volunteers at risk. I want to assure you that our staff and volunteers are amazing. And we would not put anyone at risk. We appreciate all that they do because we couldn't get any finer staff and volunteers to help us. Over this past year, over 5,000 plus volunteer hours, plus our paid staff. So I want to let you know from the bottom of my heart, I would not let anyone be put at risk and for the safety of all concerned. So, I say that with the utmost respect, sir. Let's go to the next slide. All clients to the Grind Pembroke are treated with respect. We strive to provide a hand up and to meet them where they are at. Clients are afforded the right to enter the premises or leave as they see fit. We cannot keep someone against their will, as you know. That is the law. They have the right to do so. The only time you can keep someone against their will is if you certify them with a Form 1, and we're not to do that. Our clients are adults and as such are free to make their own decisions. We have rules and regulations that clients must adhere to visit our facility. Contravention of these rules and regulations are dealt with by staff in a timely manner, and incident reports are completed and filed. Clients are afforded the privacy to use washrooms, showers outdoors. There are timelines and regulations to be followed. That's the other thing that we offer at the Grind that you may not know. For those who are homeless, they have no place to take a shower. We arrange our staff to be present to allow them the dignity to go in, to have a shower, to have clothing, to be able to come in, to be able, and then also we give them new clothing to put on, and they can have a card to go and wash their clothing at the laundromat. So it's all about the care, the dignity of the person. Hard to believe, but we take it for granted. We've got a home, we can shower, we can have food, we can have everything we want, and we're warm. They don't have that. When a person leaves our facility and property, we cannot control their behavior. And that's the one thing I want to sort of highlight, that sometimes these things happen. And all the more reason in our community, if there is any concerns in the community about a behavior, whether it be after they've left our premises down the street, wherever it may be in the neighborhood, whether it's downtown Pembroke, my encouragement is that you continue to call the OPP in this matter for the care of concern of the person. Because in the call, we know that paramedics won't come unless the police are present because we don't know the situation. Also, when the police are there, the person will get the utmost care and the right direction of where they need to get that care. That's what it's about. It's important to be able to share that every person gets the required care that they need to assist them. Now, when I mentioned that we've been in operation since December the 1st, so that's 69 days with really no incidents. And looking back on our calls to the OPP, there's only 2 on New Year's Eve where someone had been a little loud with their voices, for sure. And so we've addressed that. And we've put in place our guards continuing to tighten everything up to make sure. And so we've looked at some of those things. And the other call was for someone in medical distress. So we needed paramedics. And police would come as well. So just so you know that, okay? So we see the importance that anything, if there's a breach, if someone breaking the law, and I'll just highlight that we made a statement after the delegation that we have not had any report that there was abduction of animals. Anything of concern like that, we want to be aware so that we can continue to work with the community because we want to make sure it's safe. And if somebody's breaking the law, you need to call the police. It's important that the police knows that it's a crime to steal. And so if that is happening, or if there's a behavior, we need to address that. So I want to make sure that that people of the community know that we want to work together with them, that we respect them, and we're grateful for them to allow us to be in that area. Mr. Novak and I have said that, you know what, I know there's a neighborhood watch. If we could be part of that, we'd love to be part of that. However we can converse with that. We've worked hard to build a relationship with the senior center. We've worked together to build that over the years, and that's been very respectful. And I know from our part, anytime there's been any concerns, we call or go over and speak with them, and so we're very, very grateful. The other thing is I want to highlight to all of you here as well, to the community, first of all, as you would have probably read the article from the Citizen, and we've asked that there would be an apology made in the Citizen. First of all, I want to offer my deepest sympathy to Mr. Terry Sharp and the loss of his daughter, Lisa. The paper has written that Trey Gagnon, his grandson, was released from Ottawa Hospital into our care. I can assure you we don't receive anyone in our care. Second of all, it was stated that we at the Grind got a motel for him for a few nights and placed him there. We can assure you we did not. We looked at our files. We've looked at any times that the people who've come in for lunches. Mr. Trey Gagnon never came to the Grind facility. That I can assure you. So I want to be clear that so that everyone knows our hearts are saddened, our deepest sympathy for Mr. Sharp and his loss and for the community itself. And I know they're grieving and we're grieving with them because of the loss. But I also want to assure the council, I want to assure the community that no time does the Grind accept anyone from hospital into our care, to our Out of the Cold program. A few weeks back, one of the Ottawa hospitals called and asked us to receive someone who had a medical procedure in a specialized unit to be able to release to us and asked us to pay for a cab. My response was, I need to speak to the discharge planner and the social worker who is providing the care in the hospital for this person, because you cannot release to us. We are not a healthcare facility. We will not take on that responsibility. I'm not sure that what you're misunderstanding. We are not a shelter. We're not care for. We're not a long-term care setting. None of that. So I want to assure the community, anytime we make decisions, we always make decisions in the right way, making sure the care and concern of each person. We always refer to our agencies, our support. We work closely with mental health. We work closely with all the other support groups. It's so important, you know, to us. The other thing I just want to highlight to you is that our presence here in the community helps a lot of people, probably even in the businesses, because if we weren't open to receive them, a lot of businesses would be affected by what is happening day to day. And we want to be able to ensure that we're going to be able to continue to provide those good, nutritious meals. We're going to continue to invite them into a place of warmth. We're going to continue to look at having the basic needs that they need, such as coats, boots, hats, scarves, whatever it may be, to keep them safe. We're here about the safety and concerns of the people of our community and work hard to do it. I want you to take a moment right now just to think, what if the grind Pembroke wasn't here? Where would we be as a city in concern? When I said that I started with the Salvation Army in 2007, I helped to form St. Vincent de Paul St. Columba Conference with one of the other gentlemen who was formation with me, was Mr. Peter Grabowski. So we've been here, St. Vincent de Paul, down the street at St. Columba's Church Cathedral, and we've been providing meals there Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So 7 days a week, those who are in need are able to receive good, nutritious meals. We also assist in other areas. So what if the grind wasn't here? What if St. Vincent de Paul wasn't here? And what if the St. Joseph Food Bank wasn't here, who works very hard, and we all work together taking good care of the people of our community? In what way would the city of Pembroke be? Because I can tell you, we all volunteer. We all give our heart and soul 7 days a week. Our staff and volunteers give every day, from the depths of their heart, the love and compassion of our Lord Jesus Christ to each person that they meet. It's an honor to journey with them. It's an honor to say I'm part with them on this journey. And all I want to say is, I hope that you will journey with us. I hope you will support us and to continue the work that we're doing, because it's to continue to provide safety, care, and concern, no harm to anyone in our community. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Deacon Chaput. Deputy Mayor Abdallah.
Thank you, Chair. I have a comment, and then I have a couple questions. And first of all, I want to thank Deacon Adrian and Jerry and the Board of Directors and the volunteers, and for all that you do for the community. There's no doubt you do quite a bit, and you're needed in the community. There's no doubt. And we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you for that. We appreciate it.
I attended the Rural Ontario Municipal Association conference in Toronto 3 weeks ago, and I attended a session on affordable housing and homelessness. And the last day, the Tuesday morning, there was a 1 hour panel discussion with 4 different municipal leaders on the stage. And it's actually on TVO. It was hosted by Steve Paikin. How can we confront homelessness in rural Ontario? And I've watched it a couple times. Because I left it, I had to leave for the train at 10:30 that day. But this was at the Roma conference. It's an eye-opener. Homelessness, we're at a crossroads in Ontario and Canada. There's not enough support, there's not enough funding. Rural Ontario is being overlooked. It's a very delicate, very complex issue, especially with the mental health addiction. And one of the keynotes I got from the talk was that until we make it a societal issue and we accept it and we be proactive instead of reactive, we will always have the homelessness. And I know the County of Renfrew, whom we share the housing portfolio with, contribute money to them, and they run the homelessness prevention program and are one of your partners. They are a member of Built for Zero Canada, which is a targeted intervention, real-time reporting of finding the person that's homeless, getting them a place, developing a file with them, and working with them. Medicine Hat Alberta is a member, and there was an article a year or so ago how they eradicated chronic homelessness. But if you go to the news now, homelessness is back in Medicine Hat. So it's a chronic issue, and without the services of the Grind and other providers in the community, we would be we would be in trouble. So there's no doubt you're doing a great thing. I'm glad you mentioned Community Watch that the Deputy Mayor and I spearhead. We're going into our 4th year. Steve Halpenny is coming back the end of the month, and he can contact you about getting involved because he's their canvassing captain. And our next meeting is April 3rd, so maybe we invite you to come and speak to us and become a member. Stacey Taylor, the Little Canning Company, is canvassing the downtown core to gain membership for Community Watch Zone, so that will help too, to create safe, welcoming communities. And I know you have your fundraiser coming up. The Deputy Mayor and I have a team, and his daughter, we go in it every year. It's your major fundraiser at the end of the month, coldest night of the year. I have two or three questions. The first one is annual funding. Can you confirm that you received no government funding on an annual basis, no sustainable funding?
Yeah, the government does not provide any sustainable funding to us. We are searching for our donors through the community. We're asking people to donate to us. Now, all I can say that when COVID was on, when there was money to assist with food, that was downloaded from the government at that time. But that is the only time that we were able to get assistance for the grind, and as well as St. Vincent when I appealed for that. But that is through the COVID, so that's COVID money. So I'll be clear about that.
Okay.
So I just wanted to, the other thing I just wanted, while I think of it, it's fresh in my mind, when you mentioned Build for Zero, we're on that committee.
Yes.
And our people, Andrew and Jody as well,
Yeah.
attend those meetings. I just wanted to just highlight that as well.
I've spoken to Jennifer Dombrowski about it at the county. It's a great program.
Yeah, so I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, and if you received sustainable funding, you know, how would you use it? For example, with the incidents that have been reported and the meeting you had with Ms. Single and her husband, with the mayor and CEO on January 16th, could more money help? You know, more security guards or something, or where would you use that money to address some of these concerns?
So if anything, in regards to when people go outside, sometimes if the voices got raised or there was something, done, as far as noise, I think the security guards would be good there, but then we would use that money to have 2 security guards. One male, one female. We never put anyone at risk. We always make sure that one is there each with them. So we would have 2 guards. So if anybody goes out, that guard goes with them, and they stay outside to make sure that they behave in a proper manner. Go ahead.
Sorry, just so I can clarify that point, when you're saying sustainable funding, we wouldn't be looking for sustainable funding for an out-of-the-cold program.
Right.
So, but specifically to the program, the issues that that are being raised, what the deacon is kind of referring to is that if we had additional funds now, we could put the extra security officers outside, because that's where the majority of those kind of complaints that we're getting is the noise that's happening outside. But we don't have that funding to do that. I don't know if that helps.
So how many security guards would you hire? 2 extra?
No, so we have 2 inside, but if we had to add 2 outside, it would be an extra 2 people. So that would be
So 4 total.
Would be 4 guards
Okay.
total. Yeah.
And do you know off the top of your head what that would cost?
Sure, absolutely. So if you were to take it from the 15th of February to the 31st of March, you're looking about $27,000 plus HSD for those 2 guards for you to pay.
$27,000, okay. And so Renfrew County, we share the programs with them. You've gone to them twice. You've been denied the funding for sustainable funding yearly.
Oh, yeah, no, the thing is that we have applied through here, and we've had meetings with the mayor and everything in regards to sustainable funding coming through, and I understand that your money goes to the county, and so there's no way, because all their programs are broken up and just the money's dispersed under those programs, so it's not as if there's extra money coming from the government to be able to give it to us when they're all, because they're having the difficulty themselves.
Right.
Just trying to be able to move their money. So I think that's, the biggest concern there.
So the fundraiser at the end of the month, that's for operations. That doesn't go.
That operational cost there, like I set the goal at 100,000 at our spaghetti dinner, and we want to go over in that, and we need more than that to continue operation. As I just mentioned to you before, we did 85,000 that we just spent just in 4 months for this out of the coal program to make sure people's safety. But there's no shelter. There's no other place. And if we weren't there last Friday and Saturday, people would have perished in our city. In Ottawa at Christmas time, 1 person froze to death. Not something I want to see happen in the city of Pembroke when it's the heart of the valley where people care for the
No.
people.
So we need to find, like, 27,000 would cover the 2 extra?
Yeah,
And
that's
in
I did a
your-
quick calculation now.
Right.
Yeah,
But
that's
in
a
your
quick
opinion, Mr. Novak might want to comment, that would help address some of the issues?
Yeah, because what, the challenge we're facing right now, like anybody else that has a smoking habit, they want to go and have a cigarette. We can't split our security officers up. We got to keep them together, so we can't put them two outside and, leave the building. So in order to control what's happening outside, the level of noise, we could do that with security outside. And it could be done very quickly if we had the funds to do that.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to mention too that there was a concern in regards to lighting, that one light was too bright on our premises. We have changed that light, and also I know that the city has spoken for the neighbors to have the other ones shielded that were on the city, those LED ones as well. So we're looking at addressing any concerns that the neighbors would have. We truly want to work together. We want to make sure that
Right.
everyone is working together for the same goal, and that's taking good care of everyone in our community.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Frenier?
Thank you for coming tonight. I'm really glad that you came and clarified some of that misinformation that was at that last meeting. You talked about the fact you do have policies and procedures. You do have trained staff and board members that are aware of, how to handle certain situations. You do have certified health and safety officers. You've attracted a weekly doctor. I wish that I could attract a weekly doctor. I mean, I commend you for that. The fact that I did meet with Jerry shortly after that last meeting, I think the next day, to talk about some of the things that were brought up at that meeting, some concerns, some of which were completely new to Mr. Novak's ears, I think. And I was really happy to find out that you'd already taken care of starting to rectify the lighting situation. We discussed the individuals going out to smoke, and I agree. How do you tell someone who smokes they can't go outside? And this person already has possibly mental health and addiction problems, and they need that cigarette. So I understand those problems. I've always been a supporter. I have to say that the last meeting kind of threw me back with a lot of the facts or fiction that was being presented. Some of maybe was a bit mix of both, which is really sad. There was other things mentioned, like the lack of planning and letting the grind locate there, which was far from the truth. As you know, you both were involved with me and the past mayor on looking hard for a location after the Salvation Army picked up and left town without notice. The fact that it's located there is no different than a lot. I mean, the Shepherd's of Good Hope in downtown Ottawa is located in a residential mix of buildings. The former Salvation Army in the city of Pembroke was in a residential mix of buildings. And however difficult that is for individuals that live close, the fact is that sometimes society is controlled too much by bureaucracy. And sometimes you just have to do things that your heart is telling you is right. And yes, it means making hard decisions and not making all the people happy. But I still maintain that you've always been available to work with individuals, neighbors, like you said, the Seniors Plus. So I encourage you to continue to keep that communication open. And I am going to make a recommendation that a city rep sit on the board. And I think that was something that maybe was missing. I don't know that I'd be the best one because I have a passion for the grind.
That's awesome.
So I might be biased, and we know which way I'd go. So I would suggest that City Council consider appointing someone to the grind board sooner rather than later, because as Deputy Mayor said, this is not a problem that's going away. And we need municipal representation. I would also encourage you to advocate the county to have a rep, because this is a regional problem.
Correct.
Okay? I'm not going to belabor this. You know how I feel. I just say Godspeed. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Deacon Adrian, for your presentation tonight. Just a couple questions. Can you explain, under your services, okay, there's client services, there's a coffee house, there's client outreach services, community kitchen, the grind market, youth services. What's under homelessness supports? It's blank. When I go to the webpage, it just says the grind Pembroke at the top. So is there a reason why that's left empty? And my concern is in regards to not being considered a shelter. And if you do a search on 211 or you do a search on Google, the grind comes up as a shelter.
Yeah, we're not a shelter, and I guess the thing here.
Sorry, I can answer that.
Okay.
Because we had the refuge, if you're
Right.
familiar with the refuge.
Yes.
That puts the grind on the map for a shelter. So as soon as you Google shelters, Pembroke, it'll bring you to the grind.
Okay,
That's
okay.
that's why that's happening.
And under these services, is there a reason why this particular area is blank underneath the homelessness supports? Like, what would be some of the big bullets that would be underneath there?
Well, I think it would encompass everything as far as providing to navigate that assistance, and maybe they would have to, add that to the web part of the continuing for that support of navigating for the assistance, being there to advocate for the person in need, making that call to Ontario Works, HVP, getting the assistance of what it may need for that person who's coming in. There's no direction of where to go for that assistance. So almost when you're homeless, you don't know what to do, and oftentimes you're in despair and you want to give up. You want to give up hope. So I think there's a wide range where we can sort of fill in the blanks, but that the support is huge in the sense that really it's a one-on-one where we start to really receive that information and help to navigate and connect to get the best possible help for this person. Because maybe in the conversation, we may know that maybe they really need to see one of our mental health personnel right on staff right to that.
Right.
Maybe they need to see the doctor as well. Maybe, it's I think right now there's a lot there we could fill in there. I'm sorry that it's not there. I haven't checked the website to see the updates, but I apologize for.
No, I just wondering because I see the client outreach services that
Yeah.
you're talking about, and that's already captured in terms of your services. It's just that homelessness support is just there's nothing into that particular webpage, and that could be an update in terms of the grind,
I think we could add the
webpage.
out of the cold program there but as a short term.
Exactly.
See, the biggest thing is for ourselves, and I know that you realize, is that with our short term fix of 4 months of providing that safety and security for those who are in need of a place to come out of the cold, April 1st is going to be tent city because there's no place for anybody to go. So that's the honesty. I need to be honest with you. April the 1st, that will happen. We will close the last day of March 31st in the morning at 0800, and April 1st we won't be open for out of the cold at 10 p.m. So that means that people will go back to tents and different places throughout this city. That's going to be a big concern. Also, it's a very big safety concern for those who are still out there in the elements, because even April is not very pleasant temperature-wise.
Just a comment, I do appreciate the work that you do. I think it's great work that you do. I'm just looking at opportunities in regards to, how we can reduce some of the concerns that are being brought forward. Also by phoning the police, it doesn't really do our taxpayers service when you get $325 a call. So that $4 million budget, it's a $325 hit to our taxpayers every time that the police are called. And it could be just for a simple noise disturbance where maybe a security officer could just kind of, hey, keep it down. Be respectful for the neighbors. That's what it takes. So I hear where you're coming from in terms of using, but it's not a statistical resource. It costs the city a lot of dollars to have a police officer attend the grind for a noise complaint, such as those things, right? So I just don't use that as your statistic base and way to capture your stats.
Yeah, the only thing is that what I want to say is that, as I shared before, there's only been 2 calls there, and
Right.
I hope you'll get a report from Inspector Neufeld, who
Right.
from the OPP, to be able to update you. The other thing is as much as it's $325 a call, if that call is able to save someone's life because of they're in distress and mental health or addiction, that's the best $325 you could ever invest in the city. We're talking a life.
Yeah,
And
I'm talking more specifically in regards to, some of the concerns from neighbors, in regards to noise concerns and those kinds of things. More the serious types of, a pet abduction, if that occurred, most definitely you'd want to make sure that the police were engaged. But I just wanted to be cognizant, we just discussed the budget and went through the budget in terms of doing our fiscal responsibility. And I think just, pointing it just to the police to come out for a simple noise disturbance that's outside the building may not be the best use of taxpayers' dollars, that's what I'm saying.
But, yeah, and I know what you're saying, but I'm saying when anybody's concerned because
Yes.
of the risk factor.
Oh,
then please-
different.
And
Yes.
the other thing is, then we can ensure that we don't have those noise violations. If you're willing to give us the 27,000, we could make it happen, we'll get you the 2 guards.
Well-
We'll be able to look at that.
I think my next question is why does that type of activity have to happen at the grind? I'm not saying that we can't have the Out of the Cold program, but if we could find a more suitable location, would that be something, like what would be the impact to that if, okay, the grind closed down at a certain period of time and there was an area or a facility that was opened to provide those services elsewhere within the city?
Well, I think we're willing to work with the city, but we've been asking for years to be able to have some assistance in this matter. We've asked for the Pem Ice 2, we've asked for the armories, we've asked for Pem Ice, the Pem Memorial Center, whatever you have available, but there has been nothing offered here for us here that I'm aware of. And you want to jump in?
Yeah, because I think if I understand you correctly, you're talking about moving the services that we're providing. like
From 11 o'clock till whatever time in the
Beside-
morning.
From
the-
10 p.m. to 8
Yeah,
a.m.
10 p.m. to.
It's out of the cold.
Yeah,
Out of the cold, not the actual?
No, no,
Okay.
Out of the
No, no.
cold,
Well, yeah, and I think that's correct. I mean, the Out of the Cold program, it's not something we want to continue, and I think that has to be, we're hoping that from this discussion that there will be some talks about, where do
next
we-
season.
Yeah, where are we going, what's the next steps, right? And that's hopefully shelter or another location for Out of the Cold program. Unfortunately for us, those discussions don't happen quick enough.
Right.
And here we are again, because if you recall, last year, we extended Out of the Cold for 4 more hours to catch the 10 o'clock after-hours call. But then we returned, fall rolled around, and here we were, back in the same situation, and we went with the same pleas, trying to get help, so we had to make a decision, and that's why we
Yeah.
did it. So I think if there is a move to do that, then we wouldn't be holding it, or having to run that program again next year.
Right.
I don't know if that helps.
No, it does, and I think, it is a bigger problem than just the city of Pembroke. I think we need to involve the county, and I think that's one of the things that, Councillor Lafernier and I will do at the county health committee meetings is more or less advocate for, better cooperation and coordination between mental health supports, addiction treatment services, and the grind, and various different, looking at maybe, is there an opportunity to look at a shelter? And because we definitely need something where we can provide those types of services. So anyway, thank you very much for your presentation today. I do appreciate it. Just a correction. When I did speak to that, I did speak to say that there was a police officer in the office and that there was only one worker, and that's what I was told by the worker, that she was the only person there. But there was a police officer there, and that's what I did communicate. So thank you. I think working alone and making sure that you have the appropriate training, the lock zone training, all the safety training, making sure that it's respectful to people in regards to, and I think the setup that you do have is respectful to people. I said my only concern now is making sure that we have respect for the neighbors that live in the area, and ensuring that if we can keep those, the noise down and allow those individuals to continue with their lives uninterrupted, without sleep deprivation and those kinds of things. I think that's important. But I'm not, I'm definitely an advocate for the work that you're doing. So thank you so much.
And that's so important. We also want the same goal. We want to be able to make sure that everybody in the residents in that community there as well are able to sleep at night, and that there's no concerns, and how would we address it. But we are definitely open. If you said tomorrow that, we want to look at opening the Pembroke Memorial Center, and how do we do that together? We want to work together. This is about working together, as Deputy Mayor Abdallah mentioned. This is the whole goal. When I can be able to say at night that we've achieved a goal of keeping people safe, and everybody's in agreement of how we're doing it, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Deacon Adrian and Mr. Novak, for coming to present this evening. I can, just to make sure that all of council is aware, so former Mayor LeMay had a meeting last term, towards the end of the term, where everyone having to do with homelessness was invited, including yourselves. You were there, the OPP was there. What was interesting to see for myself was that all the different, I'll say associated agencies coming together and what all the different pieces are. And I know that even in terms of your operation, you know who to put different individuals in touch with and that sort of thing, so that it's not just warehousing individuals, if I could put it that way, that it's trying to make those connections and do that piece. But it was interesting from that particular meeting in terms of those associated agencies, and the county was there, the former warden was there. I can indicate that certainly I believe that this warden has a willingness to look at this particular issue, but I would say that that goes as far as what the county is prepared to do or able to do. I know the CAO and the deputy mayor and I zoomed in, is the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus. So for the benefit of all of council, the mayors for Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus is willing and wants to make that work. There's a meeting that's going to be coming up in the beginning of March. Already the mayors and CAOs have been emailing each other as to what are the issues, and it may surprise some, maybe it doesn't surprise others, that the commonality of some of the issues, and homelessness is an issue. It's an issue in Brockville. It's an issue in Kingston. This isn't just Renfrew County, and I recognize that we're concerned about Renfrew County and, more importantly, the city of Pembroke, but it is an issue throughout. And then the thought is that through this Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus is to put pressure on the province. How can we address the issue of homelessness? And yes, I realize that those things take time, and well, we want action now, and I get that, but I just want to make sure that council is aware that the bigger picture is being looked at, and we are trying to do things to ensure that we do address the bigger picture. For the more immediate, though, I do appreciate that you made the delegation today. You're no stranger to these four walls, so it's important to get that side of things. I know that the inspector was alluded to. I know that there was a focus patrol, and so my hope that out of this is now that staff will come back with a report that would include the results of the focus patrol from the OPP, because they did do a 2-week blitz to get a handle on what it is that could be ascertained from that particular focus patrol. But long story short is that I think what I'm hearing, and I hope that that's what you take away, is that there is a willingness short term, and then that there is some work being done long term to try and figure out what can be done to try and address what is a very complex issue. So thank you very much for coming and presenting and giving us information. And I like what Councillor Lafreniere is saying in terms of either representation or, if not that there's an ongoing input of information from what's going on, boots on the ground. This is what's happening in your community, because otherwise sometimes we don't get that. Thank you.
Councillor Plummer?
Thank you. Just going back to the disturbing reports in the Ottawa Citizen on February 1st of 2023 about the tragic death of Lisa Sharp by Trey Gagnon. So you've stated that event is completely false?
Yes, we're asking the Ottawa citizens to retract. We have not received this young man in our...
Is your mic on? I think I see your hand up.
We have not received this young man at our facility. We never had anyone release him to our care. So we never made any referral to put him in a hotel. So that I can assure you. So we're actually going to contact the citizen. We've written up something and asked them to make an apology and retraction.
Yeah, because it's quite a long statement. It's
Oh,
talking
it
about,
is.
He had a Form 1 services, was risk to himself, released to the grind because you have homeless mental health addiction. Like, it went on and on, so.
And that's why we want a retraction, because as we know, I just said earlier, and you mentioned it, Mr. Deputy Mayor Abdallah, we work hard in the community to try to get supporters to support us in what we're doing in donations. Coldest Night of the Year coming up is our largest event for fundraising. And it is hard when people cannot believe in what we do, but we've never, ever had any interaction, any communication, any transfer, any requests for this young man.
So you would obviously state that you will not, or So you will not be receiving or expect any transfers in Ottawa General?
Absolutely, we don't accept any, and previously, as I mentioned, at another hospital, somebody had a procedure in a specialized unit. They wanted to transfer that person to us and pay for a taxi out of Ottawa for him. No, we are not a care facility to receive people. You need to have a social worker and discharge planner to be able to provide proper care. Because usually if you go from hospital after some kind of surgical procedure, somebody should be following up in the community and to be able to look after that person. And so you need to be proper arranging that facility and the people, whether it be family, however it may be. But we are not that one. And that I can assure you, we will not ever step out of the boundaries. We do what we need to do to help navigate, connect. And I always say, we don't make assessments. That is those who have been in charge for that, such as mental health, addictions. They will make their assessments. They will also do the referrals, but we will share with them and connect them if anybody needs assistance.
Right.
But I can honestly, I can assure you, there is no, we've checked the files, we've checked the names, we checked the records. There's been nothing to our address at 273 Victoria.
Okay, thank you for that one. Second one just goes to, I was reviewing the lease with the grind, just kind of going through some pages here, and the business not to be, one section talks, the business not to be a nuisance, so that the leasing does not permit anything to be done said premises or adjacent property or permit to keep anything therein which may be annoying to the leaseor or other occupants in said adjacent buildings which the said leaseor may be deemed to be a nuisance. So I know Krista Zingle was here. There was certainly some issues, and I know tonight you've mentioned you're working towards trying to reduce that. You know, I guess it's tough to say, like, you spoke back and then you believe you're not in any kind of controversy to your leasehold, but I guess with the nuisance clause, I guess in some instances you would be. So I just want you to reassure, I guess, the public now that, you know, you're doing everything you can to try and maintain or keep the nuisance down of your clients outside, because it is not only inside your facility but outside.
And we have worked with our security guards, but as we said, we can't separate our guards inside for the safety reasons. They have to be with the people there, and then those are outside. Now, we encourage when the people go outside not to be of any disturbance. But the only way we could solve that is by having those two other extra security guards, which we presented tonight if you wish to assist us with that. Or the other thing is to prevent us having a nuisance but keeping the safety of the people here safe. Then we would open up a facility like Pembroke Memorial Center and make sure that you would staff it and be able to have the people to be safe there.
So, and just to add to the question that you're raising, it's very difficult for us to address, like, it seems to be blanket statements. And we tried to shed some light on that. 60 days or whatever we've been, in operation, 69 days, we know there was 2 calls for police. It doesn't help us if we don't have specific details. We're not getting that other than the general from the meeting that, the presentation that was had here. So that makes it difficult for us to address the nuisance. What I can say to that, this past couple of weeks, the seniors had to move their location for entrance over right next to our door. That's been 2 weeks. 0 complaints. Well, I shouldn't say that. There was one vehicle student was parked in the wrong spot. We have Algonquin College students, but no complaints, no nuisance, we didn't receive any. Maybe the city did, but we didn't. But that's the point I'm trying to make. I think in all fairness, especially to our staff and volunteers, that these complaints are kind of backed up with a little bit more facts so that we can look at it. We have the security cameras, we have the staff, but just the blanket, it's happening every night, I don't believe so.
The other thing is, I think how we can confirm that is when Inspector Neufeld brings his report from his focus patrol, and then he can confirm that the calls to our location, because, I mean, we're all wanting to share the truth here, and we want to make sure the information is right, and we want to assure all of you, as well as the community, we're working to ensure the safety and concerns are addressed.
Thank you. And then one final one to actually the CAO, Mr. Unruh. At what meeting, I don't recall, the application came through for the approval of the Out of the Cold program? Do you have what meeting that came through? Did we vote on that?
Yeah, so in regards to my history, I don't have that at hand. I can take a look at it and bring that forward in the report that I would present.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no objection, I'd like to make some comments from the chair. Councillor Lafreniere can go first.
Just one more comment. I would suggest you make an appeal, and I mean, I know we have Anthony here, an appeal to the public, that if they support this out of the cold and give some details, that you would fundraise immediately. And I know that you're in the middle, well, you're very close to your coldest night of the year, but I think that this is close to a lot of people's hearts. And I think that if they print something and say, you know, they need this much money to extend this program, if you support it, I mean, we're working through all the other details of nuisance and things like that, but I mean, I'll be the first one to say I'll donate to that.
Thank you so much.
Personally. And I think that you need to really get an appeal going on that. To Councillor Plummer's point about nuisance being in the lease, you know, what scale of nuisance compares to the nuisance or the danger of these individuals sleeping, continuing to sleep under the bridge? That was a nuisance to those neighbors. Or sleeping in a doorway of a business, that would be a nuisance. So I think that we have to look at case by case, what is the nuisance and what is the level of risk to our community or to these individuals. So I really think nuisance, you know, that's kind of a light word to use in this situation. So I really hope that this council will take that into consideration. You know, we're not just talking about somebody, you know, doing something small, like the kids next door throwing a party and it's after 11 o'clock. That's a nuisance as well. This is a little different. So I just hope that people will keep a broad perspective on this. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. So my comments are going to be directed mainly at the nuisance issue. I know there was some questions raised about policies inside or whatnot. From my perspective, I'll be honest with you, that's not the city's jurisdiction. We don't monitor what businesses do inside of their things. But when issues creep outside and we start involving neighbors in the community, then it does become a concern. Councillor Plummer has completely stolen my thunder on the lease that I requested earlier tonight.
Okay.
Your slide has a couple points which I fundamentally disagree with.
Okay.
I agree that your clienteles are adults. I disagree that you can't tell them what to do. There are shelters that have quite strict rules that once you're in, you don't get to keep coming in and out. It makes it more of a, it makes going outside to smoke more of a social event. I suspect that as part of your policies and other rules, that you do have expectations that if somebody was breaking them, there might be penalties, there might be some rebuffs on your part. I might suggest just in the first instance a simple one, which is that when people are going to go out to have a cigarette, that they need to go out alone. That will certainly cut down on the laughing and the shouting and the loud talking. That is a rule that you have every right to implement. Okay. The lease does clearly speak about causing a nuisance in your local community. It's not just about the four walls of your unit. And I think when we last had a delegation here a few weeks ago, one of the things that kept coming up was a good neighbors policy, a good neighbors policy, a good neighbors policy. I would have liked to have heard tonight that you were working on that as the number one. That you heard Ms. Ingle say that and you thought, yes, we should have a good neighbors policy. And it should be something that we're working on with our neighbors, that there's complaint processes and that there's response times and that we are going to work towards working with our neighbors. The work that the grind does is not just good, it is fundamentally important to lives in the city of Pembroke. I could not be more proud of the grind. It is an example of a private, non-governmental enterprise that has done more good work than some entire governmental departments that exist in this country. I don't say that lightly, I honestly believe that.
Thank you.
But when I see slides that are sort of saying, you know, once a person leaves our facility and property, not our problem, I don't like that. I think there has to be some consideration to the clientele, their actions, and how that reverberates in the community. Whether there's other options, I mean, there's so much to explore on this issue, and it sounds to me like we're going to get a report, and I would love for us to look at other options. I'll be honest with you, I sort of asked, not formally, but I think Councillor Lafreniere and I just sort of threw it about. Why, if you're going to pay for 2 security guards, why can't we open up the PMC? There's cinder block walls. I'm not frankly afraid of much damage or something happening if we have 2 security guards in there paying attention to things. Again, I'll be honest with you, there might be some things that staff come back with that I'm not thinking about, but just again, if we're talking off the cuff, I would like us to explore those kinds of options. I have no interest in shutting down the grind. I haven't heard of a single complaint of the daytime activities. But when I hear things like, well, if there's noise outside, call the police. My problem with that is that's reactionary. You've already woken somebody up. Calling the police means you've already been disturbed, and now we need to deal with it. So I would like to see us get some creativity, whether it's, like I said, just one person goes at a time. Some people do have conversations with themselves. I've been known to do that in the shower in the morning, but it doesn't bother people when I'm in my washroom alone. But there are things that I would have liked to have heard tonight that address the specific negative concerns. I am very pleased to have received the overall delegation. We have 2. The one thing that I will say is our media here in Pembroke are exceptional supporters of the community. And while I can't tell them what to do, I hope that they might comment on the news issue that you're having a concern with, because I think that is horrible for you, frankly, from a PR standpoint. And I hope that they will work locally to correct that, even what the Ottawa Citizen does or doesn't do. So I couldn't have more respect for you. I couldn't love the grind more than I do. I couldn't be a bigger supporter of it. I certainly, since these issues came up, I've been looking to go in. I'll admit I haven't found the moment yet, but I would love to meet the 2 of you as soon as my schedule can fit it in, and certainly I plan on doing that. But I would like a bit more seriousness towards the specific issues and what actions could be taken. But other than that, I mean, Gold Star, Diamond Award, I couldn't say anything more.
Thank you for that.
So again, in all fairness to your comment that you're making about our control over the clients we have, I think until you understand, in a way, the clientele that we're involved with at the grind, not everybody can afford a pack of cigarettes. Not everybody can afford certain items. So when there's an opportunity to have a cigarette, it does bring, and I can say that our staff control that. You're not seeing 4, 5, 6, 8 people out there. There's a couple people go out, but they're sharing the cigarette. So that's the challenge we have. Trying to control that inside the environment that we're in would just escalate a situation. So it's easy to say that, we're not doing it, we got to do more. We're doing the best that we can with what we have. We're suggesting tonight that we need 2 more guards to deal with what we're hearing over and over again is the nuisance or the noise, but there's never anything really specific other than the talk, because we're in this kind of a bowl is what I'm hearing. And how do we deal with that? Well, we got to put somebody in charge to keep the noise down. I think our team is doing a great job. They log them in and out when they go for a smoke break. And just to clarify, when you refer to shelters, this is not a shelter. It's an out of the cold program. So we don't have the luxury of a curfew, of turning the lights off, tucking them in, and they go, we don't have that. we've got to be open from 10 to 8 for that individual who's going to come in, looking for a cup of coffee, looking for the coat, the boots, whatever it is. So there's a little bit of a difference in what we're doing, and we're not that shelter. I don't know if that helps, but what I can say, over the time frame that we've operated, we've had no issues. And like I said, I haven't seen anything come through our door. Like, I know we hear this often, this good neighbor policy. We get slammed all the time. But we are out there. We were the ones that invited Mrs. Engel to a meeting. We did that. We go over to the senior center. We're out there. So to say that we're not doing, I guess if you want to use the good neighbor policy, we are doing it. We are out there. We're out giving presentations. We gave out one this week. So we're out trying to obviously educate the community, but that's with the limited resources we have. So I hope that helps.
Well, and I certainly appreciate the limited resources, and I'm not discounting that. But at the same time, for as good and noble as your intentions are, that doesn't allow you or anyone else to create a situation where laws are being broken and other people are being disturbed. I disagree with Councillor Lafreniere that it's a balancing act, that this nuisance, the good they're doing, and the other nuisance, I've now received, and I think all of, well, I don't know if all of councillors received, I've received numerous videos from Miss Engel about noise outside at what is clearly at night. I can tell from the videos. I'm not sure if she's sharing those or not. I will suggest to her by email tonight that she does share them with you. But I'm trying to appreciate everything that's being done, but at the same time, there is nothing about that that means that somebody living next door doesn't get to sleep through the night. That's just the reality. And while it might not be a high school party next door, that might happen once now and then, I mean, the complaints that we're receiving, and we as councillors can't go sit outside every night and do our own patrol. The information that we're receiving is that the noise is fairly constant. So that's where we're coming from, when obviously we're commenting as well. But again, I just, I hit a point in your presentation where I'm just, and maybe it's just me, I'm just not feeling that the efforts to control the concerns are meeting with what I think my expectations are. So that's all and I know there's resources. I mean, we just went through budget. There's lots of things that we would love to fully fund, and we know that we can't around this table. But a lack of resources also doesn't excuse causing nuisances and keeping people awake. So that, I'll leave it at that comment.
If I can just speak onto that. So then my recommendation would be is, like I said, we are going to continue to work as we have in the past. I would offer to do the neighborhood watch. But then it would be my suggestion to the mayor, deputy mayor, and the council here that you discuss what you had mentioned about the Pembroke Memorial Center, and not just look at just for the cold, out of the cold, but let's look at for the summer as well. Let's keep them comfortable, and let's look at getting people comfortable in your PMC. I'm all for it, because that means we're going to have people in a place where they're going to be safe, they're going to be looked after, they're not going to have tent city here in the city of Pembroke. I'm all for it. So if you're willing to do that and you're willing to discuss that matter, let's look at moving, because for us, it's about safety and concern of all those involved. And if we can remove any conditions where there's been any disturbance, and we're going to be able to go back to just the day-to-day operations and not have to worry, but you're going to ensure the safety, because let's be honest, we're talking about people's lives. We're not talking about desks. We're not talking about signs. We're not talking about computers. We're talking about the lives of individuals. This is someone's son or daughter. This is someone's brother and sister. That's care and compassion for us, where we need to take care of people. So I'd be more than happy if you say to me tomorrow, you're willing to move this program next Monday, we can do it.
Just a final comment. Yes, I did speak with Councillor Keel after the last meeting, and as much I support the program 100%, I was concerned as well after the last meeting with hearing everything. And I mentioned the possibility of the PMC, the hall, The farmer's market was another option I mentioned, because that's a building that's not used in the winter, and I was not sure of all the information, though. Is it heated? You know, how many bathrooms? I know there's more than one room. How hard would that be to secure? The armories was another thought that came in my mind. But I would be happy to start the discussions, and I think I reached out to His Honor, let's hurry this up, but you know, it's like it has to happen yesterday, and nothing happens quick at this level of government, usually, unfortunately, but I think we need to start. I mean, if you can't get that $27,000 to secure those other security guards, well, my only other thing is that the PMC, after I thought about it, might be really hard to control because of the number of hallways. You'd need 2 guards inside. You'd still need those extra guards, unfortunately. So anyway, I'm not going to belabor this, but I think we need to start the conversation. I'm going to ask the CAO maybe to get some information about the farmer's market for us, whether it's heated, how many rooms are there, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
And I think if possible, if we can move sooner than later, because if it causes us a violation in our lease because we're doing the very best to take care of people, we'd be more than happy to transfer and allow council here to take full responsibility. That is no problem at all. What we wanted to ensure is the safety, and if you're willing to step up to take it, I'm all for it. I applaud you.
I think it's just important to note here as well, when we talk about the nuisance and the issues that we're having, we've had 0 visits by bylaw, 0. So from that standpoint, we're not getting any information there either. So that, it makes it difficult, and I just wanted to leave it at that. Until we can work together, bring the issues, and just like we're doing tonight, I think it's great. I mean, this is where we want to be. We want to work with as many people as we can.
Amen.
Thank you both. I think we'll end that one there, and we'll give you a minute to move, and if anybody is leaving after that one. Up next, we have new business, taxi bylaw. Okay, Mr. Hutton, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A request has been received from Joseph Young of Valley Taxi, Inc., requesting an extension on the requirement for the purchase of a new taxi cab. The city's taxi bylaw states that no motor vehicle for which the model year is more than 10 years prior to the year being licensed may be used as a taxi cab, except that City Council may approve licenses for vehicles older than 10 years. At this time, Mr. Young's taxi cab is 10 years old. Mr. Young is requesting relief to allow his existing 2012 vehicle to continue operating as a taxi cab in 2023. Mr. Young has provided the city with a safety standards certificate, which you will find attached in your packages, stating that the vehicle has been inspected and meets the safety requirements as set out under the Highway Traffic Act. Mr. Young is requesting relief from the above sections of the taxi bylaw to allow him time to purchase another vehicle. In his letter, also attached, Mr. Young states that he only has one taxi cab and that he began his business a year ago and is trying to build up his clientele. He has indicated that he has not made enough profit from his new business at this time to purchase a new or newer taxi cab. He feels that he will have enough funds to purchase a new or newer cab by December 31st, 2023. He also states that he is awaiting information regarding receiving a provincial grant to purchase a barrier-free van. Danny's Taxi did receive approval in 2021 to permit their taxis to operate for an additional year over the requirement. Just to be clear, not the 2 years that were indicated in Mr. Young's letter. Danny's Taxi was given an additional year due to COVID and how it had impacted the taxi services. committee direction is required.
Councillor Plummer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The taxi bylaw, I think this is might be a vein in our side where going forward. I'm not sure why, and I think you've mentioned before, we're in the taxi bylaw business. Certainly, if a vehicle has a safety standard, we have many vehicles now lasting many years. If they're not driven very much and they're maintained, we've got vehicles that are, much older than 10 years. Certainly, even company vehicles that are well maintained, there's no issue why they had to be swapped out every 10 years. That seems like an arbitrary number. I think someone may have just pulled that, said 10 years is old enough. I think certainly I would be motion to approve this, but also I'd hopefully the CEO can come back and we can look at this whole taxi bylaw thing at a later date and see if we even really want to be in the process or even in the business of bylaw, the bylaw taxi, because I think this may open up more competition in the future, just getting out of it entirely and let the market kind of run for itself. Thank you.
So that's a motion to approve the recommendation and a motion
It was
seeking a
just,
report, or-
it was direct, motion to approve the recommendation for extend, but also it's kind of more of a throwing it out there for direction, hopefully come back at a future meeting from the CEO to review this whole taxi bylaw.
And is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor
So,
Abdallah?
thank you, sir, Chair. I just want to speak to the motion for a minute. Shortage in Pembroke of viable transportation, and the fact that we can support Mr. Young, and I commend him for opening his business. Support the extension. Thank you.
So just for, you were seconding it as well as the comment, yeah. So I have one technical issue, and that is our own bylaw gives us permission to extend, for council to extend the licensing of a car that's more than 10 years old. Our bylaw under section 4.13 does not give us any permission to extend the provision that no person or owner shall operate or permit the operation of a taxi cab that exceeds 10 years. I'm honestly concerned that we can't do what you want to do, because although we could grant a license for an extra year, there's no provision that allows us to say, but you can operate for another year. And while sometimes I know us lawyers speak in technicalities, that's the way the law works. There's a provision that says you cannot license a vehicle for more than 10 years, and there's a provision that says you cannot operate a vehicle that's more than 10 years old. One includes wording that allows for an extension. The other one does not give council the right to extend. Is there any, I realize now I probably should have mentioned this earlier than tonight, but I didn't get the taxi cab bylaw until this morning. Any comment, Mr. Hutton?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm aware of the precedent set with Danny's in 2021. I assume council was not aware at that time of the specifics of those provisions that you mentioned. I can go back. I can go back and speak to the Director of Planning, Building and Bylaw Enforcement and request more information and clarification on that item if that's what the committee wishes.
Question to the chair, to Mr. Owen. Would us not approving this evening impede Mr. Young from continuing to operate his business tomorrow?
It would, through you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Lafreniere?
It seems to me, through the chair, that we have to amend the other bylaw where we regulate not just the vehicle licensing, but the authorization of the driver. And I don't know how we can speed that up, but that seems to me the next step. And I don't know how long that would take.
Councilor Plummer?
Thank you. As sometimes you work on a precedent has been set with Danny's Taxi, letting them extend for a 1-year period. Understanding that the council may have made a decision unaware of that point, I think it only prudent that we just continue with this 1-year extension and have the CAO come back with a full report on the wording. Anything needs to be changed in future bylaws, so that we've therefore not approving things that are technically against our own bylaw.
My only concern is the legality of it, and if something were to happen, how might that look for us? Mr. Hutton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We could have an amendment prepared for the next meeting of council before the end of February. It could be amended, the taxi bylaw.
Councillor Purcell?
Again, would that impact his ability to perform his services until such time, if it's going to impact him tomorrow?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, yes. I just wish to provide an update on the timeline that I don't believe I clarified earlier on the amending the bylaw itself.
Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Plummer?
Further that, I will not be removing my motion. I will let my motion stand if the seconder seconds.
I will let the motion stand. Let's move this forward and come back with a report at the next meeting.
Any further comment? All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Carried. That's it. Motion to adjourn, please. Deputy Mayor Abdallah, Councillor Plummer, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Evening, everyone. I'd like to call the striking committee to order for February 7th. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for the approval of this agenda. I have the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That's carried. There was minutes of January 3rd, 2023 that are attached to your package. Everyone was in attendance except the Deputy Mayor, so I'd entertain a motion from anyone but the Deputy Mayor on that. I have Councillor Plummer, Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? That's carried. I don't see that there's business arising from the minutes, which leads us into the next matter, new business. Mr. Unruh, nominations to the Pembroke Public Library Board.
Yes, Your Worship. So we have some correspondence attached to the report from the Township of Laurentian Valley, and this is indicating that the representatives that they would like to nominate for the Pembroke Public Library. So the item is attached in regards to who they would like to nominate, and so if there's any other questions, I'd entertain it.
Councillor Keel?
I move to accept the recommendation and have no comment.
Okay, seconder?
Second the motion.
Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? And that's carried. Great. So that'll allow that complement of the Pembroke Public Library to get to full complement. Next, I have closed session. Councillor Lafreniere.
Motion for the striking committee to move into a caucus meeting on February 7th, 2023. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Purcell, that as per Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act, this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss personal matters about two identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees who have applied to council committees.
Thank you. And if I could, we're only in committee, correct? Yeah. So if I could call the question for that motion to get us into closed session. Those in favor? That's carried. Striking committee in caucus meeting was held to discuss personal matters about two identifiable individuals who have applied to council committees. No pecuniary interests were declared. Motions. Councillor Keel?
I move that Roger Martin be appointed to the Pembroke Economic Development Committee.
Well,
And the Civic Awards Committee.
You're,
okay, so that's the motion. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seeing none. Is there any other motions in respect to Mr. Merton? Councillor Frenier?
I would move that we appoint Roger Martin to the Civic Awards Committee.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Purcell. Any discussion? Seeing none. Those in favor? That's carried. Are there any other motions this evening? Deputy Mayor?
I motion that we appoint Elaine Metzger to the Keeping Pembroke Beautiful Committee.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Frenier. Any discussion? Those in favor? Against? Carried. Any other motions? Councillor Keel?
I move that Elaine Metzger be appointed to the Civic Awards Committee.
Is there a seconder for that one? Councillor Plummer? Any discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. Councillor Keel, Councillor Lafreniere, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Welcome to the Finance and Administration Committee meeting for Tuesday, February 7th. First item on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Seeing none. Motion to approve or amend the meeting agenda. Moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Keel. Discussion. Those in favor? Carried. Approval of minutes of the Finance and Administration Committee meeting, January 3rd. Moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? Finance and Administration Committee budget, January 16th. Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Frenier. Those in favor? Finance and Administration Committee budget minutes, January 18th, 2023. Moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? And finally, the Finance and Administration Committee budget, January 20, 2023, moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Carried. Next item, we welcome Chief Sell with his monthly report for January 2023. Welcome, Chief. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Chair. So January, we hit the ground running. I will keep tonight's report as short as possible with respect to everybody's time. One thing to remember with January on our social media pages and with the radio, we had presented messages about safe ice and unsafe ice. From the fire department standpoint, no ice is safe ice, And I think that was reflected with the decision to postpone or cancel some of the snow spree events. So I'd just like everybody to be careful if they are taking part in any recreational activities on the ice over the next little while, even though the weather has been cold. We did host a 911 birthday party, which was part of a silent auction for the Cancer Care Campaign charity event that was held last year. So the event was a fantastic event for the children and the adults that attended. And in total, there was 14. Under promotions, this month we saw 4 new volunteer firefighters begin to respond to emergency calls. So I'd like to welcome Shane Snyder, Matthew Smith, Justin White, and Jacob Terrian to our volunteer force. I'm really looking forward to watching these new young firefighters develop. Courses and seminars, Captain Morgan and Acting Captain Verdeel attended another NFPA 1006 technical rescue course, and this particular one was ice rescue. Staff also attended the labor relations seminar presented by Hicks Morley in Toronto. The hospital's vulnerable occupancy inspection was complete. Community Emergency Management Coordinator and the Emergency Information Officer attended an emergency media training for spokespersons webinar over the last couple of weeks. The EOC saw use with the Renfrew County Chiefs Association as we met with Mr. Lee Perkins from the County of Renfrew to discuss the communications infrastructure within the county. The EOC also hosted traffic control training for members of the Operation Department. And once again, the staff used the EOC for various department meetings, emergency management meetings, and training sessions. The Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association made 2 donations in the month of January, one to the Canadian Mental Health Association and one to the OSPCA for Renfrew County. The Firefighters Association also sponsored some public skating events that were held at the PMC over the Christmas holidays. The training is outlined in the report for your review. Inspections and consultations, the department conducted 146 inspections or consultations in the month of January. We responded to 35 incidents, with one house fire in particular is the generally makes up the dollar loss for the month. And we still have 2 outstanding fines to be paid for 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Sal, any questions for the Chief? Councillor Purcell.
Just one, Chief Sell, could you expand in regards to just some of the stats in terms of rescue? 16 attended. What does that consist of, the rescue piece? Under incident, type of incident.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The rescues, so under the rescue,
I guess what would be classified underneath that rescue?
What we're classifying as rescue would be mostly the motor vehicle collisions.
Oh, okay.
As far as, I could expand this to break it down further, but generally we're getting called in a rescue capacity, specifically suppression and rescue. Also too in there is sometimes we do get requested to assist the ambulance service in gaining entry into homes. So those are, once again, those are strictly rescue calls, not medical calls. So we are actually allowing the paramedics to gain access to the patients.
Thank you, Chief Sell.
Any other questions for the Chief? No? Okay, thank you, Chief. Next up, while he makes his way, is our Parks and Recreation Director, Mr. Jordan DeRoche. Welcome, sir. And he's going to talk about the options trade show.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening. The recommendations of this report is that the Finance and Administration Committee approve the additional cost for labor for the use of the PMC on Wednesday, May 31st from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. for the 2023 Option Skilled Trade Fair to permit Algonquin College, the Renfrew County District School Board, and the Renfrew County Catholic District School Board to host Options 2023. Just a bit of background on this one. So Options has operated in the county for more than 15 years prior to COVID, and has operated more than 10 years at the Pembroke Memorial Centre. So unfortunately, the event did not take place the past 3 years, from 2020 to 2022. And of course, as many are aware, the day is to encourage more high school students to consider a career in the skilled trades. The event involves a skills competition, and more than 200 high school students participate in these competitions, which are judged by tradespeople themselves. This is a great opportunity for students to watch the competitors and speak to employers about career opportunities in the trades industry. And of course, there has been a lot of success stories from this as well. So we've had people that have participated in Options and have gone on to have lengthy careers in the trades. So the facility would require a series of labor leading up to the event, and it would be totaling 4 days, and this is by request of the organizers. When we take a look at the financial implications, historically the cost of labor pre-COVID was absorbed in the annual operating budget, and a facility fee, a rental fee, had never been charged. With post-pandemic surging costs, the department had discussions with Algonquin College about a nominal fee for Options to help alleviate and absorb some of the costs, as well as generate a revenue source for a significantly large event. The discussion went well, it was well received, and the facility rental was agreed upon. So the fee discussed was in reference to bylaw 2022-43, recreation and facility fees. So the estimated cost for the city to host Option this year, of course, on the revenue side, we'd have a rental fee of $2,500. And on the expense side, we went back to the last event that we did host, which was in 2019. We took our labor fees from there. We also included the wage increases that we would experience in 2020, 21, 22, and of course this year in 2023. And then we had some Electrical Safety Authority fees. So we take a look at our revenue and take it away from our expenses, we'd be looking at approximately $6,000 to host this event. Thank you.
Questions, motions, questions, comments? I have Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I could not be in bigger support of this particular recommendation. This is not a cost to the city of Pembroke. This is an investment in our students and our future skilled trades. One of the issues that we're having in the current economy is, of course, a labor shortage. There is nothing more important that a small town and rural community can do than promote itself to our students. We want them to get educated, we want them to grow their skills, but we also want them to come home. And this is an incredibly good and frankly fairly cheap way of investing in their future and promoting our city at the same time. I think this is an excellent event. I have attended it in the past to go look around and see what they're doing. I couldn't be in. This is exactly the type of thing that rural and small towns should be supporting for their youth. So I am fully in favor, and if a motion's needed, I would move that we accept the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a seconder and a Councillor Frenier?
I'll second that, and I'd like to make a comment. Yeah, I support this, and I know that at the Recreation Committee meetings, we've talked about user fees, rental fees, and it's always sort of been a gray area, and people come to us often, whether it's a not-for-profit, a charity, or an organization asking us to waive fees and such. And I know that some municipalities, some of our neighbors, they don't waive anybody's fees. And I think that we're going to be looking at that at the recreation meetings and bringing forth recommendations to council. So, yeah, no, I will support this, and I just want you to know we are looking at fees and having more of a firm policy. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or comments? Mayor Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to echo what Councillor Keel has said, it's always very well attended. It's aimed at the youth, but kudos to staff for approaching the college and saying, okay, well, we've done it for 14 years or whatever it was, 15 years, so you need to cough up a little something. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you. If I could comment from the chair, being an educator, this is so important, so important. You know, the trades, there's a shortage, as Councillor Keel pointed out. it's another avenue for the students to get a flavor for what's out there, get enthused, especially women. You know, women are overlooked all the time, and to get into the trades for them is so important. Income, benefits, a lot of opportunities, travel, and so it's great that we're supporting this. Councillor Purcell.
Just one last question, or one last comment, I should say. I was a former tradesperson, a former tool and die maker. To tell you the truth, in terms of the trades, there's a really good opportunities for our young to make a really good living. I know in some cases I made more as a tool and die maker than I did working elsewhere in more of an administrative capacity. So kudos, and I really do appreciate you know, having the ability for us to promote the options skilled trade fair. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Keel.
Just quickly, one for our CAO. Does the city attend or participate at all in terms of future recruitment when we're looking for employees and whatnot? Because again, this could be a good place to put in their ear that there's some good municipal jobs out there as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually pass it to Jordan. I'm not sure if like, I think we do have a booth, but I am not sure. But I know it's one thing that I've talked to HR and also economic development is that I want us more front and center. I want us into the high schools. And municipality is a great place to work, and let's reach them early. So.
Yeah, thank you. So through the chair, one thing that we're also looking at is some retention plans. Right now, because of the shortage in labor, especially with our pools, we are looking at some strategies to get into the high schools and talk to them as well. In the past, we have been front and center at different events, not necessarily recruiting, but just promoting, you know, what municipalities do and how you can get involved. But you know, I do agree with our CAO that I think we do have to start working at being more front and center just with all the labor shortages. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there's no further comments, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you, Mr. DeRocher. Next, we have Madam Treasurer, Ms. Lodgety, to talk about Festival Hall contract and water bylaw and utility building collection policies and procedures. Welcome again.
Thank you. Okay, so just by way of a background, Festival Hall is overseen and funded by a consortium of 3 member municipalities, which include the City of Pembroke, the Township. So Aventure Entertainment was hired by the consortium to manage the day-to-day affairs of Festival Hall, and they do receive a monthly payment for their services, for which the costs are shared between the 3 partners. So the terms of an agreement entered into with Aventure Entertainment in July of 2020 has, over the past few years, actually resulted in a decrease to their annual funding. So to address this, at the January 19th, 2023 Festival Hall Committee meeting, the attached letter was approved for distribution to all three partner municipalities, essentially requesting a change in methodology to the annual fee with annual price increases based on Ontario CPI, which would then be split between the municipalities based on population. So if this change was approved, it would result in a cost increase in 2023 of about $2,000, and this increase has already been factored into the draft and soon to be approved 2023 budget. And we are aware that Petawawa has already approved this change as part of their budget deliberations. So the recommendation is that committee approve the proposed change to the financial arrangement and cost sharing of Festival Hall management costs with Aventure Entertainment, with a note that if these changes are approved in principle by all 3 member municipalities, that city staff would bring forward a bylaw at a future council meeting to amend the existing agreement with Aventure Entertainment. Thank you.
Do we have any comments or motion? Councillor Keogh.
So it's my great privilege actually to be the City of Pembroke representative on the Festival Hall Consortium. And again, just to sort of reiterate what happened is we entered into an agreement with Aventure Entertainment, and the static number was the $1.25, and the changing number was the population. And then, of course, as MPAC reported from year to year, MPAC actually suggested that our populations were decreasing. I'm going to go out on a non-scientific limb and say I don't believe that. And as someone, well, as all of us all of us, but His Worship just ran in an election, and we're probably reviewing the election reports which came from MPAC. MPAC does not do a very good job at counting people. In particular, I think most of us found that renters were practically non-existent in MPAC's lists. So I would certainly echo the comment made by the treasurer that it's my assumption that we never meant for Adventure Entertainment's costs to actually go down. So this new way of looking at it, which is to use a CPI increase each year, and then use MPAC's horrible numbers to divide the pie between the three members, makes a bit more sense in terms of keeping static funding going over the years, as opposed to, again, decreases that I wasn't here obviously when this was passed the first time around, but I have heard from others around this table that yeah, they weren't expecting things to decrease, nor do I think most of us think the population has decreased. So I would certainly support this, and I would urge our council members to support this, and sort of, I think, put us back on track to probably what was more intended.
Are you making a motion?
I will make a motion to accept the request from the Festival Hall Consortium.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Purcell? You'd like to speak to the motion?
No.
Okay. Councillor Frenier?
Just a quick comment. I am supporting the motion, but a question to Mr. Unraw, if he can get the information. I'm not sure he has the information, and possibly the treasurer has this. The stats that the county uses for population, because a lot of our cost sharing is done on population. Some of it's done on assessment. So there's a couple of different ways that everybody's calculating cost sharing. What numbers do we use for population for other cost sharing partnerships we have?
I would have to confirm the sources, but I know MPAC is because it's freely available, is an easy one to use, although not entirely possibly accurate.
But if you could check with the county and see what they use, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
If I could make a comment from the chair, I fully support this. I used to be in the concert promotion business. It's a tough job. It's a tough go. We're very fortunate we have Rick Wharton and his volunteers and staff running Festival Hall. Especially with the recent seat campaign, the new seats, it looks beautiful, paint job, and exceptional entertainment coming in. And we're very fortunate in Pembroke we have a arts facility. Any further comments? Okay, call the question. Those in favor of the motion? Carried. Next item, 2023-24 water bylaw and utility billing and collection policies and procedures.
Thank you. So the city's annual water rate bylaw includes the city's utility billing and collection policies and procedures. So this year, this policy has been updated by staff to reflect current practices and does include a proposed new provision on high consumption or leaks, which was developed by staff based on research of other municipal policies. So these changes are highlighted in yellow in the draft bylaw, which was included. Again, the biggest change, so there was a bit of cleanup just to clarify what the city's current practices are. But the biggest change is the addition of a high water consumption policy, which would address questions and concerns primarily for commercial metered customers who unexpectedly experience a high usage quarter. So in this instance, staff are recommending that the owner has to contact the Treasury Department, advising us of the issue within 90 days of the bill. So requests are reviewed based on the documentation provided, with the city under no obligation to consider relief. The items that the city staff would look at was the water consumption indicated on the bill has to exceed 2 times the customer's average consumption, which is based on the previous 4 billing periods when available. Any adjustments would be limited to 1 adjustment per year and 2 over a 10-year time frame. To receive the adjustment, the customer has to provide proof that a repair was completed, so that the issue is addressed. And high water consumption due to filling a pool or spa, watering of gardens, washing of cars, and other similar uses would not be eligible for a credit. As well, the property can't be vacant or unattended during the time frame when the leak occurred. And again, any water loss for theft, vandalism, or construction damage would not be eligible for an adjustment. Essentially, once the repair was made, an adjustment would be based on 50% of the difference between the actual water consumption of the high consumption bill was based on and the average consumption the customer normally has over the previous 4 quarters with a $2,000 cap. So that's the policy being proposed by staff. Should high usage concerns be raised by metered customers. So the recommendation from staff is that the Finance and Admin Committee approve the amendments to the city's utility billing and collection policies and procedures, and if approved, a bylaw will be brought forward for approval at the February 24th meeting of council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments or motions? Councillor Frenier?
I guess my only comment is the notice of disconnection will be physically posted a minimum of 48 hours before disconnection. Now, I understand there's other things that have to happen before this, like they have to go into arrears for 6 months, that type of thing. However, if someone is away, that's only 2 days. So let's say someone is away, they're in the hospital for a week or 2 weeks. They come back, their water's disconnected. Should that be a longer period that it has to be posted? I'm just querying it because some people they just let it go. There's no reason. But others might have legitimate reasons. And if they are away that's not very long to come back and then find out maybe it freezes because there's no water or. Anyway, if I could just have feedback from the treasurer on that.
So through the chair, certainly that's been our practice in the past, that we would give a written notice of 7 days. And if the city had not received a response, that we would physically go and post a notice on the property at least 2 days before the actual disconnection date. Certainly, council can direct staff to increase that length of time if it's felt that that's too short of a time period.
Well, I'm looking for other comments, but I think we want to take every possible avenue to ensure that that they have a chance, and I think that notice on the door should be a little longer on the property.
It's on Councillor Plummer.
Question to the treasurer. What is the time frame, as the fellow member mentioned? Is it 6 months prior to we start down this process, or is it there's a time frame?
So through the chair, so a property owner has to be 2 quarters in arrears before this other section would kick in, and the city either will transfer the balance to taxes or will go through a disconnection process. Right. During COVID, the city has opted option 1 to transfer it to taxes, but there may be situations with commercial clients where, option 2 might be more appropriate. So, we'd like to keep some language in there to address that if it's needed.
So supplementary, I have Councillor Plummer and then Councillor Frenier.
So to that, if to being 2 quarters in arrears is certainly I believe there's a few letters that get mailed out. There's certainly, if you miss a payment, I'm sure there's a pink letter, a green letter. I know the paper starts changing color as they get more serious. So I'm happy with the treasurer's suggestion on, the set timeline already in the bylaw. I think they certainly have many notices prior to being, not just cut off.
Thank you. Councillor Lafreniere?
Through you, I would be more comfortable with it just going to taxes. You're going to get it eventually anyway, and it doesn't seem as, I know that the treasurer always works hard with these people, I'm not taking that away, but I really do think I prefer it going to taxes and still posting a notice and saying that, if they don't respond, it will be going to the taxes.
Okay, Councillor Plummer.
I'm sorry to the fellow member, I would disagree with that. I just think that sometimes the only way to get your money or get your point across is to cut them off. Certainly it's a commercial client. You could have areas, I know that we've had properties in the past that have gone years without paying taxes, and they sit arrears on the books for many years until we get the money back, or we don't even get the money back. We get a portion of it because we just have to settle for some other amount. So certainly it would also be dealing with breaks in the line where there's an abnormal use of water being done. So maybe there's a break they don't even know about, and they're using all this water. Certainly that it gives a just grounds to go in and turn it off. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Keel.
So, just because I think I got a little confused partway through there. So, are we not doing both in the scenario? Like cutting off their water and then charging the outstanding bill at that moment to the taxes?
So through the chair, it's basically two options. So the first option is just to transfer to taxes, but keep the water on and keep the service going, which would be typically what would happen now with residential properties, because after year two, we'd be like the odds are our taxes are also not being paid. So after year two, we'll be moving forward with a tax sale on the property. But commercial clients, just because of the size of those bills, it might be more appropriate to not do that. Just trying to manage the dollars that might be involved on a metered account. So so we would have the choice right now in the policy to do either, basically.
I mean, my only thought is I'm fully in favor of cutting them off. I think Councillor Plummer's comments are very apt. When I see some tax sales, I mean, it's often a long time down the road, but you shut somebody's water off and they can't shower in the morning and they can't cook food. Chances are they're going to come down to City Hall, probably first to yell and complain and stomp their feet, but eventually, hopefully taking out a checkbook. But it would have still been my expectation that if they don't move on it, that we are then putting what's existing to back taxes. I just think charging things to taxes is fine, but I mean there's also been cases, and I saw one with a downtown Pembroke building at one point where the back taxes were in such arrears. I don't know who would have ever bought the building, because I mean, by the time you paid the back taxes and then you had to renovate it just economically didn't make any sense. So I say cut them off and expect them to show up fairly quickly.
Okay, one last Councillor Lafreniere.
Clarification through the chair. This is for commercial or residential or both?
So through the chair, this policy covers both property types. So flat and metered billings, residential, commercial,
That's what I thought.
multi-residential. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Okay, so we have a motion. Did you you made a motion? Okay, do we have any motion to accept the amendment? Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Keel. Any more discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Oh, okay, against. Okay, last item, monthly accounts.
Thank you. So staff is providing the monthly accounts as an information item and considers them to be in order. So the attached list identifies all payments made to vendors, including payroll totals and electronic payments made for the months of August, September, October, and November 2022. And this account listing has been forwarded and reviewed by the chair and vice chair of the Finance and Administration Committee. All payments are made within allocated budgets or have subsequently been approved by Committee of Council. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? No? That's all for today. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Plummer, Councillor Lafreniere, those in favor? We are adjourned.
I'd like to call the council meeting for February 7th, 2023 to order. I would ask everyone to please stand for an open prayer and/or reflection. Before opening this meeting of council, I would ask those who wish, each in your own way, silently join in a prayer of guidance over these proceedings. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none. Next up is minutes. First one we have is approval of minutes of council for January 17th, 2023. I'd entertain a motion for those that were circulated. We have Councillor Plummer, second by Councillor Keel. Those in favor, that's carried. Next up, we have adoption of minutes of committees. So the first up is Planning and Development Committee, January 3rd. Councillor Lafreniere, second by Councillor Keel. Those in favor, and that was carried. Next one is Finance and Admin Committee, January 3rd, 2023. I have Councillor Lafreniere, Councillor Plummer. Those in favor, that's carried. Next, we have Finance and Admin Committee budget meetings. This is January 16th, 18th, and 20th. I have the Deputy Mayor and I have Councillor Purcell. Those in favor, that's carried. We have Striking Committee, January 3rd, 2023. Councillor Plummer, Councillor Keel. Those in favor? That's carried, and hopefully I'm not going too fast. I just thought of that. Next up, we have staff and committee reports. So we have first up, striking committee appointments. Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your striking committee and council begs to report and recommend from its meeting held earlier this evening that Mike Popke be appointed to the Pembroke Public Library Board as Laurentian Valley Township's representative for his current term of council ending November 14, 2026, and that Roger Martin be appointed to the Civic Awards Committee for his current term of council ending November 14, 2026, and that Elaine Metzger be appointed to the Keeping Pembroke Beautiful Committee for this term of council ending November 14th, and that also Elaine Metzger be appointed to the Civics Awards Committee this term of council ending November 14th, 2026. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. First, that Mike Popke be appointed to the Pembroke Public Library Board as the Laurentian Valley Township representative for the current term of council ending November 14, 2026. Secondly, Roger Martin being appointed to the Civic Awards Committee for the current term of council ending November 14, 2026. Thirdly, that Elaine Metzger be appointed to Keeping Pembroke Beautiful and Civic Awards Committee for the current term of council ending November 14, 2026. Those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Under proclamations, the first proclamation is, I do hereby declare February 5th to the 11th, 2023 as White Cane Week in the city of Pembroke, whereas the first full week of February is celebrated as White Cane Week in Canada to promote the initiative of Canadian Council of the Blind. And whereas the Pembroke White Cane Club, in association with the Canadian Council of the Blind, aims to provide education and raise awareness about vision loss and remind all Canadians that the traditional white cane is a symbol of independence, not dependence, and a lack of sight is not a lack of vision. And whereas White Cane Week has evolved to reflect the changing situations of the blind community, and it has begun to emphasize the equal capabilities and talents of people who are blind and partially sighted, and their significant contributions to the community and the workplace. And whereas the province's aging population, all Ontarians need to be better informed about the effects of vision loss and work towards creating more supportive, inclusive communities. Therefore, be it resolved, I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim the week of February 5th through the 11th, 2023 as White Cane Week in the City of Pembroke. The importance of White Cane Week is to raise public awareness of the challenges facing Canadians living with vision loss within their communities. This year's focus is on demonstrating the abilities, not disabilities, of people living with vision loss. The second proclamation is that I do hereby declare February 2023 as Black History Month in the City of Pembroke. Whereas on December 14, 1995, Jean Augustine, the first Black Canadian woman elected to Parliament and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, requested and received the unanimous agreement of the House of Commons on her motion to declare February Black History Month in Canada. And whereas during Black History Month, we commemorate, celebrate, and recognize the achievements of Canadians of African descent and recognize their rights to equal opportunity and freedom from discrimination in Canada. And whereas Black History Month continues to provide the City of Pembroke with the opportunity to celebrate the contributions and vital role of Canadians of African descent having made to strengthen the social and cultural mosaic of our community, province, and country. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Ron Jerva, Mayor of the City of Pembroke, do hereby proclaim the month of February as Black History Month in the City of Pembroke. I'm proud to announce that February is Black History Month. The 2023 theme for Black History Month is Ours to Tell. This theme represents both an opportunity to engage in open dialogue and commitment to learning more about the stories Black communities in Canada have to tell about their histories, successes, sacrifices, and triumphs. I invite all citizens of Pembroke to learn more about the history and how these individuals help to continue to help shape our history right here in Pembroke. Next, we have bylaws. First, we have 2023-08. Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere, that bylaw 2023-08, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2020-74 as amended, being a bylaw to regulate and control the parking of vehicles in the city of Pembroke, be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
74 as amended, being a bylaw to regulate and control parking of vehicles in the city of Pembroke, be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Keel, did you wish to speak to it?
I will speak very, very quickly, Your Worship, because I don't think we speak enough about our downtown. Downtown Pembroke, of course, is the economic engine of the city of Pembroke. It is looking better than it's been in decades at this point. I know parking comes up as an issue, and I certainly heard it on the campaign trail. I want to officially report, thanks to this wonderful report, which I assume Ms. Sorial prepared for me, that there are in fact 680 parking spots in our downtown area, including 567 free and permit parking spaces and 113 metered parking spaces. So to the residents of the city of Pembroke and residents from outside of the city of Pembroke, I welcome and encourage you to go downtown, check out our businesses, whether it's during the day, on the weekend. There's a lot of great places to grab a lunch downtown. There's lots of parking. Don't believe anyone that says otherwise. Support our local businesses, support our small businesses. Downtown Pembroke is certainly the heart of our city, and I hope everyone will partake in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? And that's carried. Next, we have 2023-09, Budget 2023, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Andrew Plummer, that bylaw 2023-09, being a bylaw to adopt the estimates for the sums required during the year 2023 for the general and special purposes of the city of Pembroke, be adopted and passed, and further, that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Unruh. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2023-09 be a bylaw to adopt the estimates for sums required during the year 2023 for the general and special purposes of the city of Pembroke, be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Wish to speak to it, Deputy Mayor?
Yes. A few weeks ago, we had our budget deliberations, and tonight we had a public meeting for the budget, and the city council approved a budget of $39,351,843. These are estimates for the current year, 2023. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? And that's carried. Next is 2023-10, Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor, that bylaw 2023-10, being a bylaw to impose the annual fee to be charged to the owners, households, and occupants of any building in City of Pembroke, be defray the expenses of the collection and disposal of waste, be adopted and passed, and first said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and seal of the corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Unruh. Moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that bylaw 2023-10, being a bylaw to impose an annual fee to be charged to the owners, householders, or occupants of any building in the city of Pembroke to defray the expenses of the collection and disposal of waste, be adopted and passed, and further that said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Plummer.
Thank you. This bylaw imposes the annual fee to be charged to owners, occupants of buildings in the City of Pembroke, defray the cost of collection and disposal of waste. The annual fee established in 2023 is $158 per unit. This fee remains unchanged from last year.
Thank you. Those in favor? That's carried. Next is 2023-11, sewage service rates. Councillor Lafreniere.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Troy Purcell, that bylaw 2023-11, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 68-44, being a bylaw to establish sewage service rates and their structure in the corporation of the town, now the city of Pembroke, be adopted and passed. And further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Unruh. Moved by Councilor Lafreniere, seconded by Councilor Purcell, that bylaw 2023-11, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 68-44, being a bylaw to establish sewage service rates and their structures in the corporation of the town, now the city of Pembroke, be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councilor Lafreniere?
Yes, these sewer rates have been established over a 10-year study period that was recommended to our municipality. Effective January 1st, 2023 and January 1st, 2024, sewer flat rates will increase by 5.2% and metered rates will increase by 6.9%.
Thank you. Those in favor? And that's carried. Next is 2023-12, PBI budget rates. And I have Deputy Mayor, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Andrew Plummer, that bylaw 2023-12, being a bylaw to adopt the estimates for the sums required during the year of 2023 for the Pembroke Business Improvement Area, PBIA, and to establish rates to be levied for same, be adopted and passed, and further, that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Mr. Unruh, moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2023-12, being a bylaw to adopt the estimates for the sums required during the year 2023 for the Pembroke Business Improvement Area and to establish rates to be levied for same, be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is the annual budget that the PBA run have. It's a total budget of $203,476. It pays for the manager and the assistant and the marketing program and beautification, and they host various events throughout the downtown. And they're a key partner in the city of Pembroke. Thank you, Your Worship.
Deputy Mayor, those in favor? And that's carried. Next bylaw is 2023-13, which is the 2023 tax ratios. Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I can start with a motion pursuant to Section 7.2.6 of the procedural bylaw, wherein no item of business shall be considered at a meeting of council after 10 p.m. unless a majority of the members present enact a resolution to extend the hour, I would move a resolution to extend the hour.
Seconded by the Deputy
Yes.
Mayor. Those in favor? That's carried. Great, thank you.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere, that bylaw 2023-13, being a bylaw to establish tax ratios for prescribed property classes for the year 2023, be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere, that bylaw 2023-13, a bylaw to establish tax ratios for prescribed property classes for the year 2023, be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Keel.
Section 308 of the Municipal Act requires a bylaw to set tax ratios for municipal purposes for 2023. This bylaw establishes a tax ratio for each property class in relation to the residential class, which is used in the calculation of property taxes for the year. The ratios are the same as 2022 for all classes of property.
Thank you. Those in favor? That's carried. The last bylaw for this evening, 2023-14, Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre Waste Management. Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, second Deputy Mayor, that bylaw 2023-14, being a bylaw to impose the annual fee to be charged to the owners, households, and occupants of any building in the City of Pembroke be defray the expense of waste management facilities and services be adopted and passed, and further said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Unruh. Moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, that bylaw 2023-14, being a bylaw to impose an annual fee to be charged to the owners, householders, occupants of any building in the City of Pembroke to defray expenses of the waste management facility and services be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Plummer.
Yes, being a bylaw to impose annual fee to be charged to owners of building in the City of Pembroke. The annual fee established for residents and multi-residential properties with the assessment value below $300,000 is $65, and properties with assessment value exceeding $300,000 range from $130 to $325. And the annual fee established for commercial, industrial, and institutional properties with assessment value below $300,000 is $130, and properties with assessment values exceeding 300,000 range from 260 to 650. And the fees remain unchanged from last year.
Those in favor? That's carried. Okay. Next is Mayor's report. So good evening, everyone. I've had the pleasure to attend and congratulate Pearl LaRiviere, who was the OPP Detachment Administrative Clerk, on her retirement on behalf of Pembroke City Council as well as the Pembroke Police Services Board. She was employed previously with the Pembroke Police Force and then transitioned to the OPP and was employed in total for 39 years. She obviously was loved from the number of people that were in attendance, and I can indicate that anytime I attended at the detachment to meet with the inspector, that she greeted me with a huge smile and was very welcoming and dedicated. Between the last council meeting and this meeting, I had the benefit of attending with the CAO a meeting of the Brantford County District Health Unit set for mayors and CAOs. The takeaways that we had was in respect to COVID, that we're not out of the woods, that vaccines work and are safe, that there is a low uptake in the boosters. In respect to the flu, we were advised that rates are low at this point. And now it seems to be that the health unit has moved into a recovery phase. They're indicating that other immunizations, that is to say other than COVID, they're trying to do a catch-up in 2022 at the schools for the students, and they are not issuing suspensions for students who do not have their immunizations up to date. One of the last uptake or the last takeaway from that particular meeting was that there is an Ontario government questionnaire, and I encourage everyone to go to that questionnaire. It's not very difficult to do. Apparently, it's part of the 2023 budget consultations, and I encourage everyone to complete it. The only issue is that the deadline is February 10th. I would be asking staff to stick the link on whether it's our Facebook, website, something, because I know for myself, I had difficulty finding it, even though we were told that it exists. The reason why it came out of that meeting is that it has a health element to it, but I can assure you that it has other elements. It has transportation. There's other parts that the government, it is multiple choice, but the government clearly is looking for some indication as to what the citizens of Ontario are looking for, but it is guided, I would say it that way, in terms of what the multiple choices are. So they're looking for input, but it's directed by the Ontario government. On February 5th, I had the pleasure to attend at the Curling Club Centre on behalf of Council to present the bronze and silver medals in the Renfrew County Winter Games. As I stated to Council before, the Renfrew County Winter Games is a monumental event to our area. It was a pleasure to meet these athletes and recognize their accomplishments. I want to especially acknowledge Councillor Frenier, who was there in her personal capacity. She helped in many ways, from presenting lunches, announcements, and so much more. And certainly I want to commend you for your volunteerism and making that a success here in Pembroke. On a final note, but a serious note, I want to ask people, and it builds upon what the chief has indicated, is for people to please stay off the lakes and rivers. As many of you know, the Pembroke Candy Bus had recently canceled the Polar Bear Dip. The Pembroke Firefighters Association canceled their fishing event. While there has been some colder weather, the ice is not the best, especially in light of the amount of snow that we've been receiving. So please stay off the ice and take care, Pembroke. Are there any notices of motion this evening? Seeing none, are there any councillor updates? Councillor Keel and then Councillor Lafreniere.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Your Worship, for recognizing White Cane Week. It certainly is important to recognize that there are many individuals, especially older individuals, but also younger individuals with vision loss issues. It's very important to recognize that. I also want to thank His Worship for recognizing Black History Month. It's certainly important in every community to recognize our diversity and to make note whenever we can that diversity is something to be celebrated, is something to be reaffirmed, and I certainly look forward to events taking place in the Pembroke area celebrating Black History Month. Late last month, I had the opportunity to attend the 10th anniversary kickoff of the Robbie Dean Centre. I will disclose, although not in a pecuniary way, that I am a vice chair of the Robbie Dean Centre. The Robbie Dean Centre does such an amazing amazing job helping individuals with mental health issues. The numbers, literally hundreds of people last year were helped, over thousands of individual meetings and attendances. I invite all councillors around this table and all residents of the City of Pembroke to check out their events page. We have events planned for literally every month for this year to celebrate their 10th anniversary. It's an issue that's near and dear to my heart, and I certainly, I hope all of council, if they're not familiar with the Robbie Dean Centre, if you would like an introduction to tour our facility, by all means let me know, and I'd be happy to engage Monique Yushinsky, who is our executive director, and Robbie's mom to teach you more about the Robbie Dean Centre. On Friday night, I attended the Pembroke Curling Club to view some curling for the Ontario Games. This is something that I think all residents should be very proud of, that we're participating in this as part of the County of Renfrew. This weekend coming up, there's more curling at the Pembroke Curling Centre and amateur wrestling at Fellows High School. I certainly plan on attending both of those in a viewing capacity. And nothing more than that. And then Festival Hall, as I said earlier, I'm very pleased to be the City of Pembroke's representative on the Festival Hall Committee, and I would like everybody to know that upcoming this month is Abamania, Bee Gees and More, Cash, the Memories Tour, and our very own Pembroke Symphony Orchestra. So anybody can visit festhall.ca, check out the full lineup of calendars. I'm not sure Festival Hall has ever been as busy as it is now, and certainly we encourage everyone to take part in our local culture and community.
Thank you. I'm happy to announce that the Civic Awards will take place again this year after having a unwanted break during COVID for a couple of years. Councillor Jackno, myself, and newly appointed committee members will be meeting soon to begin the planning on that. And also, as previously mentioned, as the venue manager for the Ontario Winter Games that took place at the Pembroke Curling Centre, yes, I wore many hats, and I took the garbage out too, by the way. So I just want to say it was a huge success. I mean, it brought families from across Ontario. They had nothing but good things to say about the hospitality that they're experiencing in Pembroke and throughout the county, and the food. They were raving about the food, and I must say they were all provided, all our meals were provided locally. You know, from downtown Pembroke, the kitchen, little cannings, and like everyone was raving about the food. I just want to say that wrestling will take place, as Councillor Keel said, this weekend, but curling is over. My duties, I can put my feet up for a little bit anyway, but if you're interested in volunteering for the Ontario Winter Games, they are still in need of volunteers. So please go to the county, Renfrew County website, go to the bottom of the screen, click on Ontario Winter Games, register as a volunteer, and there will be shifts. So I urge you, I know that they're still short of volunteers, especially in Petawawa. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. And then finally, snow spree. I could not attend because I was otherwise committed, but I do hear that despite the frigid temperatures, and I mean frigid, events were well attended. So I want to thank the community and the Recreation Department. Thank you.
Councillor Plummer?
Yes, just an update. We had our first meeting at the Airport Commission. The new fuel tanks that were installed are working excellent. They are continuing to lobby the government for funding for the resurface of the runway, as well as updates to lighting. And just for the community to know, they are at the airport looking for part-time and full-time staff. So if anyone is interested, certainly that's a unique, or one of the most unique areas to work in. Certainly area, there's only one around. So if you want to interested in trying to, maybe it's a fit for you to work at the airport. Thanks.
Okay. Next, we have confirming bylaw, Councillor Lafreniere.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Purcell, the bylaw 03-2023 to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council of February 7th, 2023 be adopted and passed. And further, that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Mr. Unruh. Moved by Councillor Lafreniere, seconded by Councillor Purcell, that bylaw 03-2023 to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council February 7, 2023 be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Those in favor? That's carried, and I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. I have the deputy mayor, Councillor Plummer. We are adjourned. Thank you.